Hello, hello. Oh, there it is. Okay. I gotta stay about here. I gotta stay about here. I'm gonna turn this down. Hello. What is up? What is up? What is up? What's going on? What is going on? Hello, hello, hello. This feels like a good. This feels good, I think. Right. I think that's okay.
Hello, everybody watching. Hello, hello.
What's up? We are at Honky Tonk Nationals. What's up? What's up? What's up?
We'll go ahead and switch the camera so that you can see some stuff. We're still taking practice runs. We're about to start qualifying for the first three classes: juniors, amateurs, and masters.
Uh, Hello, everyone. That was Layola. Our first run of Honky Tonk Nationals is in the books. As you can see, right now we're doing qualifying for juniors, masters, and amateur class. We have two different cameras that you'll be able to look at. It's not the best view, but we are doing our best, I promise. By the way, this is Christy Bird, and we are Stoke Slalom Collective. Welcome to the stream. And for those of you just tuning in, this is Honky Tonk Nationals. We are in Nashville, Tennessee. It's the USA Slalom Skateboarding National Championship, last race of the season. And we are here at Centennial Park, and we are doing qualifying runs right now for juniors, masters, and amateur class. So keep watching, and we'll keep you updated. Just wanted to update everyone. We are having timer difficulties. It wouldn't be a slalom race without it, so hang tight. But we have officially started, so that's exciting. And again, we are here at Honky Tonk Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee. All right, and we are now doing amateur class. That was junior and masters. We're doing the junior masters and amateur qualifying runs right now. Sorry, a lot's happening up here at the hill. We were just tuning in. This is Honky Tonk Nationals. Again, we are doing the qualifying runs for juniors, masters, and amateur class right now at Honky Tonk Nationals. We're at Centennial Park here in Nashville, Tennessee. Very excited to be streaming. This is Stokes Slalom Collective's first time to stream, so we are stoked. Big shout out to all the people that are out here volunteering today, all the family, friends, parents, local skate organization people. We are just very excited that you all came out and are spending your Friday with us. Also, big shout out to Clara Jane. This whole event would not be possible if not for Clara Jane. So very excited for the community that we've built here with Slalom. And we're currently doing the qualifying runs for juniors, masters, amateur class. So this was a rerun for Carlos because the timer didn't start, and unfortunately, it didn't start again. So we might be having an issue with the timer. It might just be something with yeah, so we're gonna let Carlos go again so he can get a so he can actually get a time because the timer was not starting for him, unfortunately. And we are getting started with the master's class at this point. Again, we are doing the juniors, masters, and amateur class qualifying runs right now for Honky Tonk Nationals in Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Christy Bird. And this is Stokes Slalom Collective. For those just tuning in, we are at Honky Tonk Nationals. I'm Christy Bird with Stoke Slalom Collective. We are currently running our juniors, masters, and amateur classes qualifying runs. Right now, we are running masters. We're in Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. Thanks for tuning in. Big shout out to everyone out here helping us make this race possible. All of our racers who are jumping in to help us coneheads, all of the friends, family, community. Thank you all for being here. Claire Jane, thank you so much for making this event possible. And we're so excited to be doing our first live stream, Stoke Slalom Collective. All right, we're taking a little break, and then when we come back, we'll be back with our junior class.
Master! Oh, Carlos! We got a Carlos rerun real quick. All right, we got one last qualifying run for our amateurs class, and then we're going to move on to our masters. All right, this is Carlos joining us from Oregon here at the track for our amateurs class. It's our last run for our amateurs qualifying before we move on to master. Yeah, Carlos. Pro practice.
Copy, thank you.
All right, up first for our pro or masters, we're looking. They're saying that these.
We can turn it down. It's on camera. Every time I wear a picture, I run street time. That's why I put it on. I needed a clean run.
Yes. Over here. It was over there. Alright. I just think right here. There, I'm ready when you are.
But after masters.
I just think. Second run.
Thank you.
Second run of our masters qualifying.
For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the stream. I'm Christy Bird with Stoke Slalom Collective. We are in Nashville, Tennessee with Honky Tonk Nationals, the USA Slalom Skateboarding National Championships. Right now we're doing our juniors, masters, and amateur classes qualifying. This is the second run, and we are in the masters division right now. So,
Thank you, sir. The second run.
All right, we're looking for Chris Navarro on the red with Ricky Bird, the Papa Bird himself, on the white.
Yes, sir. Hey, short.
Father of the rainbow.
How much money I've spent over the last 20 years?
Copy, thank you.
Classic matchup of Chris Navarro and Ricky Bird.
Ricky,
So Papa Bird.
racers ready?
Big shout out to SBC over here, making sure everything is running smoothly and everyone is where they are supposed to be.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming out to our Honky Tonk Nationals.
SBC is one half of Tennessee Slalom,
Qualifying run for
with
our
Josh
Masters
Bird being
division.
the other half.
Up next, you're going to have Paul.
And we are all part of Stoke Slalom Collective, and this is our first time to do a live stream. So we're very excited. And again, we are at Honky Tonk Nationals in Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. And this whole race is possible thanks to Clara Jane and all of our other sponsors and
Mr. Marcos on the right lane with Paul Rowe. Paul Rowe on the red lane. Pretty good run. A little bit of time carnage down at the bottom, but that's all right. That's how it goes in skateboarding sometimes. Up next, we got Brad Jackman on the red and Scott Hofstra on the white lane.
And again, we are doing the second qualifying run for Masters at this point. I'm Christy Bird. And you can hear Sarah, or SBC, on the mic, keeping everyone in line.
Sorry, I was thinking him and your dad, Randy. Where your dad's standing right there.
Also, big shout out to Stephen Blaine,
Yeah, waiting on the court.
our timing expert. Arguably the most important man here today.
One day I may pop up in TV and hit you up.
All right, we got Mr. Scott Hofstra on the white lane and Brad Jackman, the jackhammer, on the red lane, making a pretty good run of it. White is clean, but a few at the bottom. It gets tight down there at the bottom, and it gets fast. That's where you got your fastest speed, so it gets probably the hardest. That's why you're seeing all the cones down there.
And thank y'all so much for tuning in.
Thank you to all of our cone heads working this course right now. And thank you so much for coming out. Some of these are skaters that are helping out to make this happen. So thank you guys. Stay tuned for our pro division coming up after this. We'll run a little bit of practice and then we'll qualify our pros. On the course is Mr. Jonathan Hawk. He is a St. Louis native, all the way from a little bit of cones, so that's all right, running fast. All right, that wraps up our master qualifying. So we have qualified our juniors, our AMs, and our masters. Take a second to regroup, and we'll get our pros on the course for practice. Pros to the top of the hill, get ready to run. Thank you to everyone that helped out. Thank you, thank you.
If you're just tuning in, we are at Honky Tonk Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee. We just wrapped up our qualifying runs for juniors, masters, and amateur class.
Run for Alex. So sorry. Thank you, Maggie.
Okay, we almost wrapped up our qualifying runs. Alex is going to take one more run, and then we will be done with the qualifying runs for juniors, masters, and amateur class. Then practice is going to begin for our pros, followed by qualifying runs for our pros.
Alex going off the roof.
Alex! There he goes!
copy.
It also is practice. I try not to. So many the top eight. Last two runs. That's right. I went to 11, man.
All right, we'll be right back, everybody. We're going to take a short little break. We'd like to give a shout out to all of our sponsors.
All right.
For those of you just tuning in, we are at Honky Tonk Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee. Today we're doing tight slalom in Centennial Park. I'm Christy Baird with Stoke Slalom Collective. Right now we are doing practice for our pro men and women. This will be going on the next like 20 or so minutes. Big shout out to all of our sponsors, our volunteers, everyone here who's shown up to support and help out and just be a part of the Nationals race today. Again, for the next 20 minutes or so, we are having practice for our pros, both men and women, and then we'll get started with their qualifying runs after that. All right, for those of you just tuning in, welcome, welcome. We are at the Honky Tonk Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee. We're actually racing in the middle of Centennial Park. Right now, we are finishing up our pros practice, and we're jumping right into qualifying runs. We'll have our pro men go first, and then pro women will take their first qualifying run, and then we'll go back to pro men for their second, and then pro women will have their second run.
Practice is closed. Please do not take another practice run.
All right, pro riders, make your way to the top of the hill. Get ready.
We have JBH on the mic over here.
We need y'all up here.
So you'll hear him mostly for the next little bit.
Call the list out, or you want me to?
Either one. I'm happy to do it. You got it, you got it.
Oh yeah, can we just do hybrid? Yeah, let's go straight to giant.
On this hill right here.
And big shout out to Clara Jane.
Can I?
They are the reason this event is happening right now. And shout out to all our volunteers, all our crew, friends, family, everyone that's out here spending your Friday with us, even if you're just tuning in on the live stream. I'm laughing at the GOAT, Joe McLaren. He's dancing and having a good time before he gets started. And again, I'm Christy Bird. I'm with Stoke Slalom Collective. And so we are about to start our first qualifying run for our pro men, and then we'll go to the first qualifying run for pro women. Then we'll go back to men, and then we'll go back to women, and then we're going to break for lunch. Thanks to all of you for tuning in and hanging out with us on this Friday.
Pro riders, if we can get you up there for a quick little meeting, we're going to call out the order, who you're racing with.
And again, this is Honky Tonk Nationals happening in Nashville, Tennessee, right in the middle of Centennial Park.
All right, pros. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Are we ready to run?
All right, Steven is posting a new pro live link for the timing. So if y'all want that, he is posting it in the group chat now. Can we get a big round of applause for Steven? We love Steven!
Round of applause for Steven.
Yes.
All right. We're going to be running pro men first, pro women second. They're going to go through one qualifying run all the way through the men, and then one qualifying run all the way through the women, and then back up to the men again. So, man, this is your order and what course you're going to start out in. You have Pascal Jean, rookie, in the white course. Versus Chris Cosmo. Second up, we have Paul Price on the white course, Josh Harvey on the red. Lou Statman in the white course, Josh Bird on the red. Joseph Kyle Smith on the white course, Gustavus Nidas on the red. Joe Mack on the white course, and Ryan on the red. Kind of keep an eye on the board, you guys can, so know where you're at.
I mean, I'm making the course.
After
I'm making the
that,
course.
we
I'm just
go
not making
right
the course
into the
fast.
women.
Don't ollie the start.
Dominica on white.
Kickflip down it.
Jennifer on red.
Oh wait, I missed the start.
Larry
The time.
Rupp on white. Sarah
Just gotta
Bird on
try
red.
see if I can.
Easter
like-
Reeves.
Been waiting for a lifetime to meet the dawn at midnight and reach a goal unattainable. My time is up when dark falls.
All right, happening now
Yeah, we're at the third.
at Honky Tonk Nationals in Centennial Park. We are about to start our qualifying for pro men. Immediately following that will be pro women's qualifying. And then we're going to take a little break for lunch. I'm Christy Bird with Stoke Slalom Collective, and we are super, super excited to be live streaming today from Nashville, Tennessee. Josh, you want to say something?
No, thank you. Thanks for watching.
Oh,
No,
wow.
Thanks for watching. It's a great race. Weather's holding out, so that's amazing. Just trying to get the files over here right so that we can move on and start the pro class. So we'll get started here in a second. Thank you. We don't have any more. Okay. Did you give up one of yours?
Looking for someone, looking for someone. Looking for someone, looking for someone. Looking for someone, looking for someone. Looking for someone. Looking for someone, looking for someone. Looking for someone, looking for someone. Looking for someone, looking for someone. Looking for someone.
Also want to give a big shout out to Brad Jackman for holding down the fort at the top of the hill. All of our cone heads, our medical staff, Lisa Bird. SBC's been holding it down on the mic, also helping facilitate and make sure everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. And Josh Bird, of course, has been killing it. Big shout out to Nat, who's here taking pictures. Big shout out to Clara Jane, who's set up for all of our spectators and all of our skaters and our crew. This race would not be happening without them, so we're very, very, very grateful for Clara Jane.
Sometimes I'll get up on the sled hill and I'll just set it down and just sounds like you're setting it down on pace. And you're like, why?
And even though this is U.S. Nationals, we have racers from all over the world. The first two that we're going to look at taking this qualifying run are actually from Canada. So.
We've got one addition. Colin Booth will run on his own at the end.
And again, this is Honky Tonk Nationals in the middle of Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Christy Bird with the Stoke Slalom Collective. And we are super stoked to be live streaming this event. You'll hear me pop on the mic every now and then. Once qualifying gets started, though, you'll hear JBH mostly on the mic.
All right, we got our two Canadian men pro riders going head to head in the qualifying here. All right, they're on the course. You may have noticed that the last beat doesn't always come right away. It's a random start, just like a track and field race or a swimming race. All right, the riders cross with times of 12.2 and 13.2. Every cone they hit adds 1/10 to their time. So they get the raw time that they finish the course in between timer 1 and timer 2, but then any cones they hit are added as a penalty. And so the results are based on the, what's the word? The adjusted time. So yeah, that was our two Canadian riders, the Rockin' Rookie and Tweezer, the nicknames. Now, on the white lane, we've got Paul Price from Great Britain, but he lives in Park City, Utah, and travels the world as a snowboard instructor. And we have Josh Harvey from San Jose area, California. You may also notice that many of these riders are somewhat older than what most people think of as typical skateboarders, but you can see that it doesn't affect their skill. That was two great fast runs, 12.0 and 11.9 raw time. Paul Price is often known for running clean, that is, not hitting any cones, and he sure did it that time. And it looked like only one cone on the red course for Josh Harvey. So the fewer cones you hit, generally speaking, the better you do. So currently our number one qualifier is Josh Harvey in the orange lane there. He went slightly faster even though he had one cone. Paul Price is just a couple hundredths behind him in second place. Next up, we got Lou Statman on the white lane. Lou is from Austin, Texas, and we have hometown boy nowadays, Josh Bird on the orange course. Race organizer, co-organizer. So youth versus experience here. Lou is in his 50s. Josh is in his, I think, still 20s. Josh is pulling ahead to a bit of a lead. Lou is looking really good. There's one cone for Lou. All right, two very good clean runs. Looks like Lou had two. Raw time for Josh was 11.6. So Josh Bird moves into first place, about 4 tenths ahead of Josh Harvey. Next up, we've got two participants from the recent World Championships in Italy. Actually, several of our riders are. Joseph Kyle Smith on the white from Kentucky, and Gustav Skylidis from Latvia on the orange course. Gustav's on the red course is the current world champion in tight slalom. And he is showing why with that run. Joseph Kyle Smith with a fantastic run as well. Times are 10.7 and 10.8, and both were clean. Kyle Smith actually is about a tenth ahead of Gustav's there. So Gustav's has a little more height to get into motion.
Thanks for coming out.
I think he's got a lot more in the tank. So first qualifying run, you mainly want to get a run on the books that gets you in contention, and then in your second one, a lot of times the riders will go even harder and try to really improve their time once they've got their safety run in. So our last two riders right now, or almost last two, is Joe McLaren from Colorado on the white, and Orion Lehrman from San Diego on the red. So Joe is the 9-time men's world champion on the white course. Orion is the young buck who is challenging him and everybody else. Look at that. Raw times 10.95 and 10.8. Orion actually had the faster time. The cones are gonna add a little bit to one or more of the times.
Am I registering?
Colin, you're going on white first?
Yes.
Colin's on white first.
Okay, and then we have one more qualifier here. He's gonna have to run by himself because we've got an odd number of races.
Ladies, you ready to go next? On deck, we got Dominica and Jennifer. Dominica in white, Jennifer in red. Then Larry Ruff, white, and Sarah Bird on red.
All right, so Colin Cruz from San Diego has to take a solo run to get his qualifying run. Some people like it, some people like somebody else to kind of push them along. But Colin's going to take his solo. So you have to wait for that fourth beep every time, just like in a track and field race. If you jump the gun, you're DQ'd, disqualified for that run. So you gotta wait for it. There's a couple of cones at the end. The cones get tighter. Looks like either 2 or 3. If you nudge a cone but it doesn't fall over or it doesn't go out of its circle, then it's still good. If the cone falls or if it stays standing but moves out of its mark, then it is counted against you. Colin had an 11.3 raw time. Yeah. Either probably 2 or 3 cones were waiting on the count. Okay, so Colin actually had 4 cones there. He must have just barely nipped a couple of them, just enough to make them fall. So now we are moving to our first run of the women's pro qualifications. We are going to have, how many riders do we have in the women's? About 8, 9? 9? So again, the last rider will have a solo run, but we'll have 4 pairings before that. Currently, in the white lane, we've got Dominika Ozolina from Latvia in the white, and we've got Jen Copa from San Pedro, California in the red.
That's super fast. You can stay clean.
I can't. I keep going too fast.
That's a nice problem to have.
All right, the riders are off. You can see that the riders use their arms and their hips a lot to power their way through the course. When you're making these tight turns, you have to do that. You can't just have your arms at your sides. For the most part, you just won't go fast. So there's a lot of technique involved in this. 12.76 raw time for Dominika and 13.66 for Jennifer.
Copy, thank you.
Next up, we have got Sarah Bird Compton, local girl, co-race organizer in the white course, and we've got Larry Ann Rupp from Salem, Oregon in the red course.
Copy, thank you.
Limestone Power. Horses ready. Timers ready. Racers ready. Let's go.
All right, that time that 4th beep came right on sequence, but you can never be too sure, so you really got to hold back and then just launch as quick as you can. There's 1 cone for Larry, maybe a nudge. Sarah gives up 1 at the end. 2 good times. We got a 13.7 for Sarah and a 14.3 for Larry. So our first place qualifier right now is Dominika. And Sarah moves into second with that run.
Heck yeah, let's go,
On
Sarah.
the start ramp on the white course, we have Isa Ruiz. Isa is from Santa Fe, New Mexico. And we have Judy Oyama from San Jose, California. Santa Cruz, sorry, I knew I was wrong about that. Santa Cruz, California. Both of these women competed in the Worlds recently. Judy Oyama is in the Skateboarding Hall of Fame.
Friend. I'm so happy you're here.
It's a pretty exclusive club, and she has been skating for decades and decades, and has just been a true pioneer in women's skateboarding. She's still at the top of her game.
Right, let's go, Judy.
All right, so we got Judy and Isa. Judy does CrossFit about 4 or 5 times a week, give or take, and that is how she is able at 65 years old to run clean on a course like this. So Judy with a 13.996 and Isa with a 14.257 plus a couple of cones. I'm gonna run out of material after a couple of runs.
Also, I don't know if y'all noticed, but Maggie
And next up, we are
is
gonna
a
have
pro now.
2 of our youngest riders. Maggie Harrison on the white lane from Austin, Texas. She is 14 years young. And Frankie from San Diego is, I don't know how old Frankie is. She's in her 20s, I think. All right. Maggie, our 14-year-old, she's been skating since she was about 8, I think. 6, okay. and she's gotten better and better each year. And this year she has moved into the pro women's ranks. And look at that, a clean run for Maggie. Got a little bit of cone carnage there for Frankie, but we will count those cones and add them to the time. So Maggie's raw time, 13.466.
Pro racers, we're going to be starting.
Hey, Lisa. Thanks for tuning in. Wish you could be here too, but glad you're watching. Maggie just had a clean run as a pro.
Pascal, Dean, and Chris.
Hey, Yanni. Yes, it's Jonathan Harms on the mic.
All right, so our last women's qualifying
And he is
run
doing
in
a
this
great
first round
job.
is going to be Lynn Kramer. Lynn is the 17-time women's world champion slalom racer, and Lynn is also, as of this year, also been inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Well deserved. Lynn is Lynn, by results and reputation, is unquestionably the greatest women's slalom racer of all time. To date, it's going to take a long time before anybody can catch her record. Looked like 2 or 3 cones there, but she is just getting started. She had a 12.53 raw time. With 3 cones, that's going to put her into second place, just a little bit behind Dominica. So our first place qualifier so far is Dominica Pozzolina, Lynn Kramer in second, our 14-year-old Maggie Harrison in third, and Sarah Bird Compton in fourth after the first run. But they will all get one more run. And so now we're moving into the men's second run of the men's qualifying. So currently our number 1 qualifier is from Kentucky, Joseph Kyle Smith. San Diego, Orion Lerman in second, and Gustav Skalidis from Latvia in third. But they're going to take more runs, and they're going to see what they can do. The order can change. It's only, in head-to-head racing, it's your combined times that matter, but in qualifying, it's only your single best run.
So I'm going to leave this here with you. Sponsor this. 3 pages.
Okay, we are back to the top. These are our 2 Canadians. We've got the rockin' rookie, Pascal Jean, in the red course. And we got Chris Queezer in the white, both from the Quebec area, Eastern Canada. Rookie with a 12.07
Luke
raw time.
Chapman and Josh Bird, you guys are on deck.
Also, if you're just tuning in, we are live streaming from Honky Tonk Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee. We're right in the middle of Centennial Park. It's a gloomy day here, but we are having an incredible time. I'm Christy Bird with Stoke Slalom Collective, and we are stoked to be live streaming this event.
Riders, this is a test. Do not go. Riders on the ramp, don't go. Just testing the timer.
And thank you all so much for tuning in and hanging out with us on your Friday. We are going to, after lunch, we're going to move this mic that I'm talking into a little closer to JBH so that we can hear him even better. I know we can hear him right now, and he's doing an incredible job. And thank you guys for your feedback on that. But we'll have it set up a little bit better after lunch too, so you won't want to miss
Okay, we are
that.
doing a timer test right now. We use wireless timers. They're infrared beams, motion detectors basically.
Okay.
So when the rider launches at the top, they break a beam and that starts the timer.
Alright. Break the load.
When
And
they hit
we
the bottom,
are
they break
moving
the beam down
into
there.
our
Tell Kelly to trip the bottom on the white.
pro men's
Kelly, can you
second
trip the bottom
qualifying
on the
run.
White lane. White lane, white lane, white lane. Thank you.
Okay.
After we figure
lane?
out what's going on with the timer. It wouldn't be a
sorry.
slalom race without a timer issue for sure.
We're good. Alright, he did win.
But this will be pro men's
Okay,
second
looks like our
qualifying
timer
run.
is set, every now and then something, you know, if the beams get bumped, they fail to make contact, so we have
And
to
then we'll
check them
do
from time
pro
to time.
women's
Once in a
second
while, a
qualifying
cone will
run,
hit it,
and then
or
we're
a
gonna
rider's
break for
skateboard will
lunch.
hit it, and then we have to reset. Okay, so we've got Josh Harvey from San Jose, California on the white lane, and we've got Paul Price from Great Britain by way of Park City, Utah in the red. Currently our 7 and 8 qualifiers. They're going to try to improve.
Thank you so
getting
much,
up to speed
Lisa.
is critical as quickly as you can.
Thank you,
The top
Yanni.
speeds are very similar down at the bottom, and then the cones get very tight at the bottom, so it makes it really, really tricky to make those last few without hitting them.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So we have an 11.5 for Josh, and an 11.9 for Paul, plus one cone each. Josh Harvey moves into 5th place with that run, up from 7, and Paul Price remains in 8th. The top eight qualifiers will go on to head-to-head racing. Now we've got race organizer Josh Bird in the white and Lou Statman from Austin, Texas in the red. Josh is out to an early lead. He's got his safety run in the books. There's one cone for Josh and looks pretty clean for Lou. We had an 11-1 for Josh and a 12-0 for Lou.
Copy, thank you.
Josh
We
Bird.
got Joe McLaren and Orion on deck here.
Josh Bird moves into 5th place with that run. Lou Statman is currently in 9th, just off the bubble. Now we've got Gustav's current world champion in white. And we've got Joseph Kyle Smith, our current #1 qualifier, in red. So these are the fastest ones right now. All right. Kyle can jump about 8 feet in the air. He's got springs like you wouldn't believe. Gustav's is a sub-3 marathoner in addition to the fast twitch here. So pretty amazing athlete. Gustav's with a 10.56 raw. Kyle with a 10.83 raw. So Kyle's run, Joseph Kyle Smith's run is just a little slower than his first. Gustav Skylidis, if I had one cone, so his adjusted time turns out to be 10.6. And after that run, Gustav Skylidis moved into 1st place, and Joseph Kyle Smith is in 2nd. Now we've got Orion Lehrman and Joe McLaren. They are currently our 3rd and 4th qualifiers. Orion's in 3rd, Joe is in 4th. So this top 8 is going to be, it's tough to even make the top 8, and man, that top 4, it's like going up against Mike Tyson every time you in a boxing match in his prime. Pretty tough. Making sure all the cones are reset properly. Here's where they're really going to uncork it. Like I said, their first run, they probably just wanted to make sure they got a decent, respectable time, and now they're going to turn on the afterburners. There we go. Looks like 2 clean runs. We got a 10.7 for Orion and an 11.09 for Joe.
Copy, thank you.
All right, so they both improved their times by just a little bit, but they remained in 3rd and 4th place. So Orion Lehrman in 3rd, Joe McLaren in 4th. Now, we still got one more rider. We've got Colin Cruz, this time on the red lane, having to go by himself again. Might have a little bit of a headwind kicking up here, which can make, a couple of % difference in the times, too. Tailwind versus headwind can have an effect. All right, so this is our last qualifying run for the pro division. After this, we will take a lunch break, and then we will return with the head-to-head racing. But right now, let's hear it for Colin Cruz once we get the course ready. Our last qualifier.
Also,
in the pro
Jennifer
division.
Copa standing in front of me with a
San Diego,
Be
California.
Badass Everyday shirt, and I love that. So, to those of you tuning in to Honky Tonk Nationals, be badass every day.
Sometimes that fourth beep can take forever, it seems like.
Oh, we got ladies up next.
Colin is a super fast giant slalom racer where the cones are wider spaced. He's a great downhill skater too. He's working on his tight slalom game.
His name's not Colin. It's Colin down the
Colin Holland.
All right, we're going to the second round of women's qualifying now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the women had already gone. But so yes, of course we have the women's second run qualifying coming up. Then we will have our lunch break. So after the first run, 1, 2, 3, 4 is Gustavs, Kyle Smith, Orion Lehrman, Joe McLaren, Josh Bird, Josh Harvey, Colin Cruz, Paul Price, Lou Statman, Pascal Jean, and Chris Cousineau. The top 8 will move on to head-to-head knockout racing after our lunch break.
So we are doing our second qualifying run for pro women, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and then it's head-to-head racing after that. Thank you all for tuning in to Honky Tonk Nationals. We're in Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. We're so excited that y'all are hanging out with us on your Friday.
Larry Rupp.
So you can see there are tall racers, there are short racers, there are racers that are super skinny, there are racers that have more muscle, and it's a combination. There's no one body type that always does particularly well. Also, different age levels really
Esau, you're on
have
deck.
experience as much as anything. So Dominica with a 12.845, slightly slower than her first run. Jen with I missed the time, but comparable to her first run. Next up, we've got Larry Rupp from Salem, Oregon on the white. We've got Sarah Bird Compton from Nashville by way of her home country of Mississippi. So after the first run, Sarah on the red course was our 5th place qualifier, and Larry was our 9th place. Larry's going to try to crack that top 8. Oh, Sarah said she had a cone out on her run. So if the cones are not placed properly and the rider sees that, they just pull out of the course and signal to the judges that there was a cone out, and then we make sure that it was indeed out. If that is the case, she gets a rerun. We'll have to check with the judges on that. So we want to thank all of the people that are serving as cone judges, making sure that they're in their marks before each run, and then counting and replacing them after each run.
What's the white lane?
Okay, so Larry on Rupp had a 13.92 on the white course with no cones down. She can keep that run if she wants. Sarah in the red lane had a cone out, and so she gets a rerun. So we're up to our next pair. We got Judy Oyama on the white this time, and Issa Ruiz on the red this time. In 2022, Issa was, I believe, 3rd place in the women's giant, second place in the women's giant slalom at the World Championship. So she has been so close, and she's always a threat for the top spots. And Judy is also always a threat for the top spots. After after the first run, Judy in the white course was 7th qualifier, and Issa was 8th. So currently they're both looking like they're going to make the finals. They're going to try to improve their positions though to help their head-to-head ranking. That was 2 clean runs. All right, well done, ladies.
Fabian!
13.0 for Judy and 14.0
So excited to see you on the
Issa.
stream. Lisa, I know. That's why I told him he had to stand over here because he is doing a great job. And I think there's a lot of spectators here, people who were just walking around the park, people who saw some of our social media posts. And so it's really good to have JBH. Because people are actually
rookie pro
here not really knowing what's happening, and he's painting a very clear picture for them, and then of course everybody watching at home too. So
one of the makers of slalom equipment. Frankie crosses first. Maggie looked a little cleaner. So Maggie with a 13.437 and looked clean. Frankie with a 13.2, but a little bit sloppy down at the end. So she's gonna. Time's not gonna stand quite as it is.
also big shout out to Pics by Natalie Photography. She is our official event photographer, and she is crushing it. We're so excited she's here. Also big shout out to Clara Jane. Again, this event would not be possible without them, so we're very
on the
excited.
white course this last run, Frankie did not complete the course, or she made it through the course, but she went out of the cones, and so that's a disqualification for that run. So she's going to have to rely on her first run time. So we got 2 more single runs here, and then we'll have our lunch break. Right now, 17-time women's world champion Lynn Kramer. Currently our 2nd place qualifier. She's going to try to move up to first. So she needs to improve by just under 1/10 to take over the top spot. She's running very precisely. There was 1 cone down. Oh, a little lean at the end. Might be 2. Let's see. She got a 12.400 raw plus 2. That gives her a 12.6, which is just enough to move Lynn Kramer into the #1 qualifying spot. So Lynn in first with a 12.6. Dominica with a 12.76. Judy in third. Maggie Harrison in fourth. And now Sarah Bird Compton with her rerun for her cone out run. And that will wrap up our qualifying. But let's hear it for Sarah as she goes down the course.
Yeah, if you guys remember, Sarah earlier was going down the course and a cone was out of place, so she's getting a rerun.
All right, Sarah's going to try to put down a burner here. Sarah has been skating since she was very, very young too, about probably 6 or 7, maybe even younger. Gives up a few cones there. 3 cones we're here. So 13.4 raw plus 3 is 13.79.
You have a 445 key. That should unlock
And
whatever
that
you need at
puts
Hamilton.
Sarah
He did
into
call me.
6th place.
So hopefully
So,
everything is good, but he said the gate
out of our 9 riders,
should be open. It's not working.
we have
Automatic
Francesca
electronic
Custodio
should be working.
in 9th with a 14.62. Then our top 8
Okay.
is Issa Ruiz in 8th, Larry Rupp in 7th, Bird Compton in 6th, Jennifer Copa in 5th, Maggie Harrison in 4th,
But I'm
Judy
going to stand
Oyama
around for a second, see what I can
in
see.
3rd,
Okay.
and Dominica in 2nd, and Lynn Kramer as our #1 qualifier. So after our brief break, we will return with head-to-head racing where 2 riders will go against each other, take 2 runs, 1 in each lane, and whoever has the faster combined time will move on, and whoever has the slower combined time is eliminated. And we'll count down to get our podium, our top 4, and ultimately our champions.
Thank you to our coneheads for that round. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
So like
We
JB
also wanna
just
thank
said,
our sponsors for this event. We have quite a few. The event organizers have done a great job getting local businesses as well as skateboard companies to sponsor. So Honky Tonk Nationals is presented by Clara Jane. Originally from California, but decided to call Nashville home for both themselves and their business. They're offering the best cannabis options in Nashville. Stop by their shop in East Nashville at 935 East Trinity. Go see them at the pink booth right here near the top of the course.
Woo! Let's go, Clara
One of our
Jane.
sponsors, Riptide Sports out of California.
Heck yeah, Riptide.
Duel in the Sun. We have Frankie's from Nashville, also a sponsor. Thank you, Frankie's. And some more skateboard sponsors. Landyachtz Skateboards out of Canada. S1 Helmet Company. Ladies Skate Nashville, local group. Let's hear it for them. We have Buoy. I don't know if it's Boy or Buoy. Buoy. It's a local.
Nope.
Oh.
It's national.
Oh, it's a national. Sorry. Etsexet, 161 Skateboards, Oats Overnight, and several others. I'll read them off a little bit later as well.
Racers and volunteers, there is chili, meat option and non-meat option.
Okay, thank you guys so much for tuning in to Honky Tonk Nationals here in Nashville, Tennessee. We are going to take a quick lunch break. Shout out to SBC for making chili for everyone that's on site. We are going to keep the stream going, but we are going to be on a little break right now. It's a 30-minute break. And then we're going to come back with head-to-head starting at 1:15. So you guys go take a lunch break too, and we'll see y'all soon.
Where's this world famous chili I've been here?
It's over here. Where everybody's
It's,
going.
oh, it's okay.
Check, check, check. Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? We're done with lunch, and everybody's getting ready for our racing. We're going to do extra runs for 9 through 16 racers, and then we will do top 8 head-to-head all the way through finals for the 2 separate sections of racing. So first we'll have juniors, amateurs, and masters. They will, each one of those categories will run their head-to-head, top 8 head-to-head, all the way through to finals, and we'll have our winners. And then we'll move on to the pro division. So we're about to have the spreadsheets ready and start running racers. I'm going to mute up until then and just let you guys watch the camera while people skate around and get ready. Thanks for watching.
Hey guys, if you are still with us or if you're just tuning in, we are Stokes Slalom Collective and we are here at the Honky Tonk Nationals and we are getting back from a lunch break. We're about to start our non-top 8 junior amateur masters. They're going to get another run to solidify their place anywhere from 9th through 16th. And then we'll do head-to-head racing for top 8. And for those of you who have been with us for a little bit, we have moved the mic, so hopefully now you'll be able to hear commentary on the hill, not just from me, but from Sarah, SBC, or Jonathan Harms, JBH, depending on where we're at in the day and the head-to-heads and all of that. So, big shout out to Dr. Lisa Bird. Not only is she our medical, but she's out here blowing leaves off the course. Also, she's my mother-in-law, and she's incredible. Shout out to my husband, Josh. Also, shout out to JBH for saying Josh was still in his 20s. Because he's not. What? I'm sorry, what? No. You're oh my gosh. Sorry, live stream. I'll mute me. Sorry. Sorry, I was talking to Joe Kai. He is pulling double duty, triple duty this weekend. He is helping us with our everything, but right now he's cone heading quite a bit for us, so shout out to Joe Kai. But here we go. We are getting started with our amateur, junior, sorry, that's on me.
And she goes pretty clean down the course, looking like an amazing run. Woo! Nice run, Leola. Took that last cone, but a pretty run besides that.
Do you want to? Oh well. Yeah. I'll just grab it. Because that's going to be too loud.
All right, up next we are moving over to our amateur division for our non-top 8 qualifiers. So we are looking for Jeremy Kaufman in the white lane, and Alex Harmon in the red. All right, we got Jeremy Kaufman on the white and Alex Harmon on the red for our amateur men's division. These are our non-top 8 qualifiers. They are trying to better their time and their position in the overall ranking. They can't get up past 9th, but they can go up to 9th place. So we're trying to see where they're going to end up in the overall. We will do our top 8 head-to-head bracket here in a little bit. Racers ready? Alex, ready? All right, we got Alex Harmon from Texas on the right-hand lane in the red. Oh, no. All right, he's good. He's good. He ran it out. Jeremy Kaufman on the left lane from Kentucky.
Copy, thank you.
Looks like those will both be DQs. 11 cones on the white will be a DQ. That's all right. They will get one more run to try to get in there with the time. Up next, we're looking for Kevin Paymans. Paymans, if he's not wearing a Bucky's costume, he can't run.
Kevin?
Copy, thank you.
Oh, he's getting chicken.
Yo, Buck, where are you?
He walked over to get chicken.
All right, Kevin has walked over to get some chicken, says his cousin, so we are going to move on along. We hope you enjoy your chicken. We are going to keep on moving right along into our master division.
Oh, I see it.
Kittley flower.
Italy flower.
We're going to blow some leaves off the course real quick. Kelly's going to take care of that for us. Thank you, Kelly. And then we are going to move into our Masters division. We are looking for Chris Favaro. Take your run.
Yes, white line first.
Yeah, you get two. Stand nice today, yes. Those of you that just ran your time trial qualifying with your last run, please get back up here. We're going to run those again. You get 2 runs. Clearing the course for Mr. Favaro. Did I say that right? If you see him walking around with his dog later, be sure to pet him. Tell him he's a good boy. The dog,
Say Chris or was
not
that
Chris. Chris is accepting pets as well, though.
That wind is getting chilly.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We are broadcasting live from Stoke Slalom Collective. We're at the Honky Tonk Nationals here in Nashville, Tennessee. We're skating right in the middle of Centennial Park.
Alright, Chris is making one more run to see if he can better his time. Looking pretty good in the white lane so far. Only 2 down so far, but it gets a little tight here at the end. Gets a little tight, gets a little fast. Nice run from Chris.
Sarah.
Copy, thank you.
Oh, I can do
Good run from Chris, good time. That was a 15.096 flat from Chris Favaro.
Copy, thank you.
All right, we are moving to our
Back to the
back to the top with Leola. Leola is going to be in the red lane this round, racing for our junior women's division. She is alone in this division, so she's this point?
Huh? Yes, we did already. We're on the fourth run.
This will be the last run of the Tide Slalom day for these racers. And then once we get through these, we'll move into head-to-head racing for our amateur, master, and pro divisions.
When I had here, it would get really super, like, light reddish in the summer. Yeah. Oh, dude, when I was born, I had bright red curly hair.
Get it, Leola! All right, Leola here from California all the way. She is absolutely ripping down this course, and she is going clean so far, looking absolutely fast on this course. Way to run clean, Leola. Way to go, way to go. That is going to be a 13.6 raw time with no cones, so that'll be the time. All right, we are looking for Jeremy Kaufman in the red. Oh, yeah, in the red. And then Alex Harmon will be in the white lane. Alex is also relatively new to slalom, taking it up recently. Super excited to have him out here racing. Only been skateboarding since January, so absolutely amazing to see him out here trying it and doing pretty good for himself. Jeremy Kaufman been skating a little bit longer.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, they are off. Oh. Alex is going to start off the ramp. Jeremy Kaufman is making it through the red lane. Pretty clean. Only about 3 down so far. And finishing out pretty good. Is Kevin Kamens back? All right. Kevin will miss his last run of the day.
It's all about the chicken.
When you gotta eat chicken, you gotta eat chicken. We understand. But that does mean you're gonna get skipped.
That's how Patrick Switzer got his first rapper, Kenny. It's like his first race at DHD. He was off getting a hot dog and missed his heat.
Let's go.
Ready?
All right. Up in the red lane is gonna be Mr. Christopher Morrow. CFAB, as he's affectionately called. All right, CFAB is off on the red lane. All right, he's doing, oh, he pulled out right there at the end. Good run, CFAB, good run. All right, so that rounds out our master division. We are going to move into our top 8 head-to-head brackets for our amateur and master divisions. If you qualified in the top 8 for the master or the amateur divisions, please make your way to the top of the hill. Race ready. Leola's done skating, so now she got food.
You know, I've had some experience with that, and I was not happy. It was like, it showed up, and I was like, how do we lower these? How do we change it? Oh, I was going to talk to you about what can I do better.
Buckles in the red. On deck will be Carlos with Scott Kamens. Carlos, you will be in the white, and Scott, you will be in the red.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us on Friday. We are in Nashville, Tennessee at the Honky Tonk Nationals. I'm Christy Bird, and you're hearing SBC Sarah. She is on the mic, facilitating, coordinating, doing commentary, doing all the things.
Jeff Meeks in the white, Ben Buckles in the red. And they're off. Jeff Meeks was our top qualifier for the amateur men. He is running pretty fast and clean so far. Ben Buckles is hanging in there with him in the red lane, hitting a few cones and pulling out. So Jeff Meeks is going to make a pretty good run for it, hoping to hold on to his top spot. We are now running head-to-head. That means these racers are racing each other. These are no longer time trial runs. This is a head-to-head bracket where they are racing the racer in the other lane, trying to go faster than the other. We will begin knocking out racers until we get to our final two matchups for each division. Up next is going to be Carlos in the white lane and Scott Kamens in the red lane. They are off. Scott Kamens known for usually riding in a Bucky's outfit, but I guess we put that away for today. They are both running pretty dang clean so far. Carlos is trailblazing down that hill. Nice run for both of them. For Carlos, we got a 12.838. Got a few cones down, so we'll see what that turns into. And then a 13.973 for Scott Kamens. 3 cones for him.
3-3. Andy, how many white? 3 on red. 3 white, 3 red. Thank you.
All right, up next, Anthony Rojas is in the white lane. Chris Risk is in the red. In our first two matchups, Jeff Meeks is ahead by 1 second. With Carlos in the other one, in the other matchup, ahead by 1.3.
That was the first.
All right, they are off. Anthony Rojas in the white, Chris Risk in the red, both clean so far. What we like to see. 1 cone down for the red. Clean run it looks like for the white lane. We got 6 cones on the red lane. That puts Anthony Rojas ahead by 1.9 seconds. Pretty good advantage for him on the next run. All right, up next is going to be Kelly Aponowitz in the white lane and Bobby T on the red lane. This will be a pretty good matchup. Kelly is a junior, but he has decided to race in the amateur division this year. Super excited. He did win the amateur national championship last year in California. So we're excited to see him make the move up to the amateur division this year.
Yeah, Kelly! 13. Makes her break it 13. Like 12 now.
Doing a test timer run here.
We're good.
These wireless are going to be a little finicky.
Racers ready?
And they're off. Kelly Aponowitz in the white and Bobby T, Mr. Bobby Thomas in the red lane. Kelly, a junior, is running in the amateur division this year. Super excited to see him charging down that hill. Hitting the last couple cones, but that's okay as long as he took them all out. I didn't hear sugar coat show y'all. Take them all out, you're in. All right.
Don't give me ideas, Sarah. I'll just go straight at the end.
There's 9 cones for Mr. Bobby Thomas on red, 5 on the white. That puts Kelly ahead by a whole 2 seconds. So from our first round matchup, Jeff Meeks has a 1 second advantage over Ben Buckles. Carlos has a 1.35 second advantage over Scott Cannons. Anthony Rojas has 1.9 seconds over Chris Risk. And Kelly Aponowitz is sitting at 2 seconds ahead of Bobby Thomas. We are going to run our amateur divisions. We're going to run our amateur division all the way through, so please get back to the top of the hill as fast as you can so we can get this run. That means for our next round, we are looking for Ben Buckles in the white and Jeffrey Meeks in the red. Ben Buckles has 1 second to make up here to take over the win. You're doing it. You're doing it. It looks like bread.
Yeah. Bread.
Bread.
This will keep me still.
All right.
And I'm gonna do some in the back, like at half.
It comes over the top.
Josh.
If you're just walking by, this is the USA National Championships of Slalom Skateboarding that you were watching today. Thank you for stopping by. We hope you'll hang out for a little bit and watch these skateboarders. And we're off. Jeff Meeks with 1 second advantage over Ben Buckles for this run. That means that Ben has to beat him by over a second to move on to the next round. But Jeff Meeks is charging, as he always does.
No. Weird, man.
Both of them?
It's not going to tell me which one it's going to say.
We had some technical difficulties on that run. We will have to run those two again.
If you're just turning into the live stream, thank you so much. We're Stoked Slalom Collective, and we are here at the Honky Tonk Nationals in Nashville, Tennessee, skating in the middle of Centennial Park. We're doing our top 8 masters and amateur classes right now.
We know you can't see it, but behind us is the beautiful Parthenon at Centennial Park. It's an amazing, beautiful day out here. We finally got some sunshine coming out.
The sun is out.
The sun is out and some wind is nice and breezy out here, so it's turning out to be a beautiful day at Centennial.
One of them has it. Has it down there. I forget who it was.
The orange one? It's probably Kyle.
Big shout out to all of our sponsors, especially Clara Jane. And a big shout out to everyone who is out here volunteering their time and energy and effort to make this event.
We want to give a huge shout out to our timing expert, Stephen Blaine. He's out here working hard today for us to make sure that we get all these races down and in the books correctly. So a huge shout out to Stephen Blaine. Thank you for always showing up for us. We're figuring out some timing system things up here. We'll get this sorted and get this head-to-head bracket finished up here soon. Want to give a huge shout out to Clara Jane. They are over here in this pink booth over here. Please stop by and see them. You can spin their wheel to get some fun prizes and have some chats with them about their products. They are amazing, so be sure to swing by the booth.
Okay, can you stop the light?
All right, we have figured out our timing issues, and we are going to keep on trucking in this amateur men's top 8 bracket. For this run, we are looking at Carlos on the red lane and Scott Kamens on the white lane. Carlos has a 1.35-second advantage, so that means that Scott on the left lane has some work to do to make up that timing difference to be able to move on to our top 4. We are going to cut our amateur qualifying class in half. We have 8 in this round. We'll move on to 4 in the next round. All the winners of this one will get to move on to the top 4, and then we will cut that down to our final 2 for the amateur division to crown our national tight slalom champion. Oh, you're good.
Okay, we're good.
All right, we are off. Carlos has 1.35 over Scott. All right, Scott Kamen's got a good jump on that run. He's a little bit ahead, but we'll see if Carlos can make it up. He's got to beat Carlos by 1.35 seconds to be able to move on to the top 4. He is running pretty clean, 1 code down for each of them so far. Scott hit 1 at the end, but good run for both of them. We'll see if it was enough for Scott.
Oh yeah, mine actually has aluminum
Copy, thank you.
sleeves in there.
All right, our first racer through to the final 4 is going to
They were
be
threaded inserts that
Carlos.
screw into the board, but
He'll move on to the final 4. See who can compete for that title. We are going to need to run Jeff Meeks and Ben Buckles again, so please stay tight. Please stay tight.
put it in that trigger.
Sorry. All right.
They're ready.
Racers ready? Are the racers ready? Josh, do your job. Racers, are they ready? Sorry. All right, they are off. Anthony Rojas in the red lane has a 1.9-second advantage over Chris Risk, which you can see in the left lane, the white lane here. Anthony is running away with this matchup, and he is definitely going to move on to our final 4. Anthony will be our second racer into the final 4 for the amateur men's division.
Go all out your first if you end up racing against him, go all out your first run. And push him.
If you are walking by today, you are seeing the U.S. National Championships of Slalom Skateboarding. This is our tight slalom discipline. So this is the closest the cones will get together this weekend. We will move on to hybrid slalom. That's a little bit more spread out, and then our giant slalom that we are fastest of the day in Shelby Park on Sunday. We've got Kelly Aponowitz in the red lane and Scotty T in the white lane. Kelly has a 2-second advantage. of them got a good jump on that one. Both running clean so far. Kelly is just a bulldozer down that hill. He is raging and going so fast, getting faster into those tight ones. Kelly's definitely going to take that one into the final four. We are looking for Jeff Meeks and Ben Buckles one more time. Their run did not capture, so we're going to have to get them one more time up on this hill. Ben Buckles.
Paul told me to tell you to make sure your helmet's strapped.
Yeah, Jeff Meeks is going to be in the red lane. He is here from Texas, part of the Texas Outlaws crew. We've got a good bunch of Texans here today. And Mr. Ben Buckles is coming on the white lane. Josh. We are looking for one more racer to go into the top four for this amateur men's U.S. National Championship division. Jeff Meeks has a pretty good lead from his first run by 1 second over Mr. Ben Buckles, and it looks like that is going to continue. A few cones down, so we're going to see how it ends up. Yeah, we're going to go all the way through. Yeah.
When it gets to this point, I can
Just stand by until it gets just show me when to race. We'll tell you which ramp to get on. Get on. All right. That is going to put Mr. Jeff Meeks into our final four for the amateur men's division. Master division. Master. So for our matchup, we are going to have Jeff Meeks with Carlos. And then we are going to have follow that by Anthony Rojas and Kelly Apollowitz. First up is going to be Jeff Meeks in the white lane and Carlos in the red lane.
So I was thinking, after we did it, how can I do this? I'm like, it's the last thing I need to be doing right now.
All right, we have decided our top four for the amateur men's tight slalom division. The U.S. National Championships will be happening all weekend at different parks around Nashville. If you're interested, please hit us up. You can look up TN Slalom on Instagram or Facebook if you're looking for more information about the rest of the weekend. First up in this round of four, we have whittled it down to 4 amateur men. And we have Jeff Meeks in the white lane from Texas, and Carlos in the red lane. This is the first run of the top 4 for the amateur men's division. Ooh, they're pretty neck and neck at this point in the race. Oh, Carlos is getting a little squirrely, but he holds it together and hits a few cones. That's okay. Nice runs, nice runs. That is a 12-3 brawl time for Jeff Meeks and a 12-3-9-8 for Carlos. Close race between these two. Cones is going to be about our decider here. And that puts Jeff Meeks up by 0.128 of a second. So you can see this racing gets really, really close when we get down to it. We've got about a tenth of a second dividing those two racers to to decide who goes on to the final two to compete for the gold in the tight slalom championship. After our amateur men's division wraps up and we decide who gets our podium spots for our amateur men's division, we will move on to our masters division, followed by our pros. This is Anthony Rojas in the white lane with our youngest amateur man, Kelly Aponowitz, in our red lane. He is getting it and pumping through this course. Takes out the bottom part, but that's okay. We check the bottom timer, make sure it's still in the spot it needs to be. For the first matchup, Jeff Meeks is up by 0.128. Carlos has about a tenth of a second to make up for this next one to move on to the final two. This is a test.
Yeah, we got time. You're just checking this kind of, looks like you did. Thank you.
All right, after that first run for Kelly and Anthony, Anthony is up by 1.009 seconds. So he's got about a second on Kelly, the young skater, the young ripper from California.
Josh. Get that sensor ring. And then it's ready.
All right, Jeff Meeks and Carlos are off. Jeff has a 0.12 second advantage, so about a tenth of a second to make up here for Carlos, which is one cone. Each cone that each racer hits is 1/10 of a second added to their time. And we have a tenth of a second between them again. 12.3 for Carlos and 12.2 for Jeff Meeks. Cones will be the deciding factor here.
3, 1, 2.
Hustle back to the top of the hill. We know it's hard, but we love you guys. Be quick.
How many lights?
So we have 7 cones on the red and 1 on the white. So that is going to put Carlos into the final two. Jeff Meeks will compete for third place. Cones were the deciding factor for that close race, so Carlos is going to move on. Let's see who else gets a spot in the final two. Kelly or Anthony? Kelly, our youngest amateur out here. All right, they're off. Anthony got a pretty good jump on that. Kelly is pumping his way to get that speed up, though. Pretty clean so far. Oh, Kelly is out. So Anthony will take the other top spot. So that means our final two for the amateur men's division is Carlos and Anthony Rojas. Let's go! We will see Jeff Meeks and Kelly Aponowitz compete for the third place position to see who can get on the podium. If you're just now joining us, this is the U.S. Slalom National Championships today. We are running tight slalom, so these are our tightest cones of the weekend. We have hybrid slalom happening at Hamilton Creek Park tomorrow, and Shelby Park on Sunday will be giant slalom, our fastest day, seeing speeds about 35 miles per hour for these racers.
Tell Kelly to come up with this next.
Kelly and Jeff are up next to run the consolation round, round one. Kelly, as quick as you can come. He's hustling. Thanks, Kelly. So we are seeing.
No, you're good. We're running consolation first. And you're in the finals, bro.
Fucking A. Never thought a year ago I'd be here.
We are looking for Jeff Meeks in the white lane. Hi, Jeff. And we are looking for Kelly Aponowitz in the red. This will decide who gets a spot on the podium. We are deciding third and fourth place for the amateur men's division. Jeff Meeks, the Texas Outlaw, versus our young amateur ripper of a skateboarder, Kelly Aponowitz from California. All right, we are off to decide who will get the tight slalom bronze medal at the U.S. National Championships. Kelly is pumping hard, but Jeff Meeks, I think, got him on the takeoff. We got 7 cones down for Kelly on the red side and 2 on the white side. That is going to put that puts Jeff ahead by 1.2 seconds. All right, Jeff ahead for the bronze medal matchup. For the gold medal matchup that we're about to watch, we've got Carlos in the white lane and Anthony in the red lane. This will be their first run for the tight slalom amateur men's gold medal matchup. They will take 2 runs. Testing our timers.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about college, the way he makes the board, he can cut the shape out anyway. The trouble with Donald is he doesn't listen to you. I've been saying for years, I want that tail to be square. I'm really wide there. Oh, that's the whole thing.
The gold medal matchup for amateur men's tight slalom national championship is off. We've got Carlos in the left lane on the white and Anthony in the red lane on the right. Pretty close run there. We've got a raw time of 12.4 for Carlos and 13.5 for Anthony.
That's my natural style.
5 cones on white with none on the red side. That is going to give Carlos a 0.5-second advantage. So about a half a second between those guys once we got the cones in. Cones do add a 1/10 of a second per cone hit, so you want to make sure you don't hit those. Did he?
So he hits that cone, goes around the right, and hits that cone, and then misses the last one.
Josh, will you make that call? You call.
We are checking out some footage. We might have had a DQ
Draw around your feet.
on the red. That is unfortunately a DQ. That will give Anthony Rojas a 1-second advantage over Carlos for our next run. Either way, both of these men are on the podium. We are deciding our gold and our silver. youngest amateur out here. And got himself a spot to compete for bronze. They're off. Jeff Meeks in the red lane with Kelly Aponowitz in the white lane. You've got Colin Cruz doing a little follow cam behind him. 2 cones down so far for Kelly. He is ripping to get to that end. He's holding his own against these older dudes. One cone down for our red lane for Jeff Meeks. 6 cones down for Kelly Aponowitz in the white lane. 7 on white. That is going to put Jeff Meeks on our podium. Jeff Meeks will win the bronze medal tight slalom championship. Now to see who gets the gold and the silver. Anthony Rojas has 1 second advantage after a DQ from Carlos on the last run. Carlos has to make up a second over Anthony Rojas to get that gold. This is the amateur men gold medal matchup to decide who gets the gold medal. Carlos has to make up a second over Anthony Rojas, and he is pulling ahead a little bit, but will it be enough? With those cones, I'm not sure. Let's see who got the gold. Pretty fast run for both of those guys. A 12.2 for Carlos with a 13 flat. 13.066 for Anthony. But Anthony was clean with 6 cones for Carlos. That is going to put Anthony in our gold medal position. Congratulations, Anthony, our gold medal for the tight slalom championship at the U.S. National Championships for a newbie as well. Way to go, Anthony. All right, we are going to move into our Masters head-to-head bracket. We are going to move through all of our Masters just like we did for our amateurs. Our Masters top 8, please get ready to race. And I know we're a little bit older for our Masters. Let's make sure we get up to the top of the hill as fast as we can. We love you guys. Let us know if you need anything.
We'll meet you in Buoy or something. I don't know.
Let us know if you need a hand.
Our top 8, we are looking at Jonathan Harms versus Ricky Bird. After that, we will have Burt Lumpkin versus Paul Rowe. Then we'll have Brad Jackman and Marco Soulsby Monroy. After that, we'll see Scott Hostert and Craig Condon. Jonathan Harms is going to kick us off in the white lane with Ricky Bird in the red. Harms in the white, Ricky in the red.
I could do this. Wow, thank you.
We're about to see a pretty classic slalom matchup, taking it back to the 2000s in slalom. Jonathan Harms versus Ricky Bird. Jonathan Harms in the white and Ricky Bird in the red. Pedestrians, please stay off of the course. The road is closed here. Please walk on the grass only. Thank you so much. If you need to cut across, you can come up to the top of the hill behind these tents to cut across. Please do not walk on the course.
Ricky, have a good race, buddy.
All right, the Masters head-to-head is off. This is the first run of the Masters bracket. This will be a elimination round for all of these racers. We are starting with top 8, which is Jonathan Harms for our first qualifier and Ricky Bird in the 8th position. So that means that we will cut out each of these racers and get down to our final 4 before we go into our final 2. Jonathan Harms with a raw time of 12.745. Ricky Bird with a 14.683 with 6 times. Looking for Paul Rowe on the red lane and Bert Lumpkin on the white lane.
One on white.
5 cones on the white lane for Mr. Jonathan Harms. That will put Jonathan Harms in the advantage by 2 seconds. Second advantage. All right, we are off with Bert Lumpkin in the white lane and Paul Rowe in the red lane. Both of them running pretty clean so far, but it gets tight and fast right here at the end. Those are our tightest cones of the course at the end and also at your fastest speed, so it gets pretty tricky down there. Bert Lumpkin with a 13.2 raw time, and 6 cones on red for Paul Rowe with a 13.066. 12 cones on the white course for Bert Lumpkin will be a DQ. Our racers are allowed to hit 11 cones, or 10 cones. 11 is a DQ. Each cone that they hit will add a tenth of a second, so 0.1 to their time. The goal is to get down there the fastest with the fastest time, so adding cones is not conducive to that. So Paul Rowe on that run has a 1 second advantage over Bert Lumpkin. Up next is Brad. This is Brad Jackman on the white and Marco Soulsby-Monroy on the red. 2 classic slalom skaters, both race organizers, and Marco's plowing it a little bit. Brad Jackman had a pretty good run. Up next, we got Scott Hostert in the white lane and Craig Condon in the red lane. This is our first run for our Masters men's round of 8. These are our master skaters, so this means that these are 45 and older, 45 years and older skaters. These are our men that have been doing this for a while.
Then you had to. Josh didn't want to be with them either. Last week.
And they're off. Scott Hostert in the white lane, Craig Condon in the red lane. Scott is a member of the USA national slalom team that just competed in Italy. He is raging ahead on this run. A few cones at the bottom, but Craig's running a little bit cleaner. A 12.0 for Scott. And a 14.02 for Craig. For raw times. All right, that is the first run for our Masters round of 8. We are going to whittle this down to a round of 4 after one more run. So far in this round of 8, Jonathan Harms is up by 1 second over Ricky Bird. Paul Rowe is up by 1 second over Bert Lumpkin. Brad Jackman is up by 1 second over Marco Soulsby-Monroy. And Scott Hostert has 1.7 seconds over Craig Condon. If you're joining us, Thank you for watching. This is the U.S. Slalom National Championships, Slalom Skateboarding, presented by Clara Jane. If you're hanging out, be sure to make it over to the pink booth over here to see our friends at Clara Jane and spin their wheel to get a little prize. We've got one more run before we make the cut down to our final four. We've got Ricky Bird on the white lane out of Jackson, Mississippi, and Mr. Jonathan Harms in the red lane out of St. Louis, Missouri. Get it, Dad! Jonathan Harms has a 1 second advantage. He is in the right lane, in the red lane, tearing it up a little bit, running pretty clean. Ricky Bird on the white lane has 1 second to make up. It looks like 2 cones for the red lane with a 12.5 second run and a 14.66 with 7 cones.
Sorry, you're breaking that.
7 cones on the white lane. That will put Mr. Jonathan Harms through to our final four. Up next in our round of 8 for the Masters men's division is Burt Lumpkin in the white lane with Paul Rowe. Paul Rowe in the white lane with Burt Lumpkin in the red lane. That was a close.
Ready? Yeah, you've been doing it all day.
Paul Rowe in our white lane has a 1 second advantage over Burt Lumpkin in our red lane, so he's got to make sure he stays up there with Burt. Burt's hitting a few cones. Paul Rowe with a 13.3 raw time. Burt Lumpkin with a 13.2. So cones will be a bit of a decider here if they get up to 1 second. We had 9 cones for Mr. Burt Lumpkin on the red lane and 7 cones on the left lane for Mr. Paul Rowe. That is going to put Paul Rowe into our final four. So far, our final four is Jonathan Harms and Paul Rowe. Now to decide between Brad Jackman and Marco Solzman-Roy. Brad is up by 1 second as of right now.
Ready?
Get it, Jack. Marco Solzman-Roy on the white lane has 1 second to make up here over Brad Jackman in the red lane to move on to the final four. It's fast and tight down there at the bottom, but Brad Jackman can handle it. That's going to put Brad Jackman into our top four.
How many on white?
So far for our top four, we have Jonathan Harms, Paul Rowe. Now to decide our last spot into the final four is Mr. Scott Hoster in the red lane, Craig Condon on the white lane. Scott has a 1.7 second advantage over Craig in this run. Craig's going to have to really run it down this hill pretty fast to get a hold of Scott.
Course is clear. Course is clear.
fighting for the last spot in the top 4 for men's master division at the U.S. Slalom National Championships tight slalom. Scott Hostert is just powering down there and gets fast and tight, but he was able to handle it. Clean run for the white lane. Maybe one down. One on white. That's going to be a 13.5 for Craig and a 12.5 for Scott. That is going to put Scott into our final 4. So your final 4 for the men's master division is going to be Jonathan Harms, Paul Rowe, Brad Jackman, and Scott Hostert. If you are stumbling upon this in Centennial Park today, this is the U.S. Slalom National Championships of Slalom Skateboarding. We are running the master divisions right now, so these are our racers that are 45 years and older still out here skateboarding, because that's what skateboarders do. We are moving into the round of 4. These are our top 4 riders that have made it to the men's master division round of 4. Jonathan Harms is in the red lane. White lane, my bad. Jonathan Harms is in the white lane with Paul Rowe in the red lane. They're off. Jonathan Harms in the white lane. Paul Rowe in the red lane with Colin Cruz doing a little follow cam. He's going to get real close to those racers, but that man knows what he's doing. A few cones down for each side. That is a 12.3 for Jonathan Harms on the white lane and a 12.9 for Paul Rowe on the red lane. Raw times.
Also, if you're just joining us on the live stream, welcome. This is the Honky Tonk Nationals, USA Slalom Skateboarding National Championships. We're in Nashville, Tennessee. Skating in the middle of Centennial Park, doing our top 4 in the Masters Division right now.
In the red lane, this is going to be a really good matchup. Both these men are amazing to watch skateboard. This is their first run in our round of 4, deciding who will get to go on to fight for the gold medal and who will move on to fight for the bronze medal. Scott Hostert in the red lane with Brad Jackman in the white lane. They're both getting, it gets quick down there, it gets quick, some cones flying, but we had a 12.1 for Brad Jackman and 11.93 for Scott Hostert. Breaking into the 11s.
7 on red, 7 on red.
7 cones on the red for Scott Hostert.
More time, you're cut down.
Hold it down for a second before you say it. It's cutting you off. Once again. 7. Thank you, buddy. Yes. 7 cones each for that run.
Send message.
That was going to put Scott Hostert up by 0.25 of a second. So you got a quarter of a second difference between those two. That's what we got. To confirm, both of those racers, 7 cones.
Big shout out to everyone out here lending their hands, energy, time, effort, all of it. This race wouldn't be possible without you.
That was 7 cones for each racer, putting Scott Hostert up by a quarter of a second. Not much time dividing those two men. It's going to be a really good matchup to see who gets to go on to fight for the gold medal. In our next run, this is the second round for Jonathan Harms and Paul Rowe. Jonathan Harms has 1.43 second advantage over Paul Rowe. Paul's going to have to make up over a second to get into that gold medal matchup. And we are off. Jonathan Harms and Paul Rowe are fighting to see who gets to go on to the gold medal matchup at the U.S. Slalom National Championships in tight slalom. Jonathan Harms got a pretty good jump on it, and Paul Rowe cleared the bottom of the course a little bit. 12.75 for Paul Rowe and a 12.17 for Jonathan Harms. Three cones on red for Jonathan Harms. And a DQ for Paul Rowe with 12 cones. That is going to put Jonathan Harms into the gold medal matchup for our Masters Men division at the U.S. Slalom National Championships. These are our master skaters, meaning they are 45 years and older, still skateboarding, still absolutely ripping out here. Scott Hostert on the white lane, member of the U.S. National Championships. And both of these racers are 60 years old and older.
But don't look a day over 21.
But absolutely do not look a day over 20. Scott is a member of the USA National Slalom team. Just competed in Italy at the World Skate Games. And they are going to decide who goes on to the gold medal match. Scott Hostert is leading this from the first run by only a quarter of a second, so 0.25 of a second. So Brad Jackman well within his means to reach that one. Oh, a few cones out for Scott. 10 cones on white, so just barely squeaking in, and 6 cones on the red lane. That is going to put Scott Hostert into our final matchup by 0.39 of a second. These are some really close times, y'all. Against Jonathan Harms. So that means our final matchup for the gold medal will be Jonathan Harms versus Scott Hostert. And then our consolation round to fight for the bronze medal and a spot on that podium is going to be Paul Rowe and Brad Jackman. Paul and Brad are up first. Paul and Brad will be up first. Paul will be in the white lane, and Brad will be in the red lane.
So either way.
I would love one. I would be honored to have.
Who do you want?
I'll start with the road or the.
Once we get through these final runs, we've got 4 more runs in the men's master division. We will move on to our pros, where you're going to see 4 different countries represented. Pros, please get ready. We are going to run the men first, and the women followed. We are going to stagger that. So we will have both of our men's and women's finals run at the same time, but we will run all the men's through and then all the women through. Good run, Brad. So close. We're going to take a minute to let these men take a little break. They've been running up and down this hill a lot. Anything, water? Brad? You are watching the USA National Slalom Championships here today at Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee. We are excited to have racers from all over the country here represented, from California over to Tennessee. We also have 4 different countries represented, including Canada, Latvia, the U.S., and
Great Britain.
Great Britain.
Texas. And Australia.
My brain's not working.
Also, that is SBC on the mic, and she's killing it.
Today we are running tight slalom. This is going to be our tightest day of cones. We move into hybrid slalom tomorrow at Hamilton Creek Park, followed by giant slalom will be our fastest day at Shelby Park on Sunday. If you're interested in joining us for any of the other days, please look up TN Slalom on Facebook or Instagram. This is the first run of our consolation round to decide our bronze medal. Who's going to get a spot on the podium? This is Brad Jackman in the red lane with Paul Rowe in the white lane. A little bit of cones there at the bottom, and Paul Rowe is pulled out. He has DQ'd his first run. That is going to put Brad Jackman with the advantage of 1 second over Paul Rowe for the next run. You might have seen there that a white cone hit a red cone on the right side. That means that cone doesn't count for Mr. Brad Jackman. That will only be 4 cones for Brad with a time of 12.6. Want to give a big shout out to all of our cone marshals that are helping make this event run. We thank you for helping us out today. This is our first round of our gold medal matchup between Jonathan Harms in the white lane and Scott Hostert in the red lane. They are fighting to see who's going to get the Master Division gold title for the National Championships tight slalom. We will have 3 days of racing here in Nashville, Tennessee, with each division crowning a national champion for that discipline or day. At the end, we will crown our overall national championships for each division. For that run, Scott Hostert is in the lead by 0.1 second. So a tenth of a second between those two. Really close times, really quick racing. We're gonna give these men a second to catch their breath. They were running up and down this hill like crazy, so let's give them a second. That's what you needed?
Get them overhead, get the blood going.
This run will decide our bronze medal for the tight slalom championships. As of right now, Brad Jackman is up by 1 second over Paul Rowe. Paul's going to put in some work here to get on that podium. They are off. Bronze medal matchup. Brad Jackman in the white lane. Paul Rowe in the red lane. Paul has to make up 1 second over Brad Jackman to get on that podium and take home the bronze medal. A lot of cones flying down there, though. It gets tight and quick down at the bottom. We'll see where that ends up. And a 12.4 raw time for Brad Jackman and a 13.4 raw time for Paul Rowe. We'll decide, we'll figure out cones, but that looks like it is likely
Medals, I don't even know what the prizes
to
are.
be Brad Jackman.
I don't know.
And that'll be Brad Jackman with the bronze medal in tight slalom Masters Division. Back on the podium. Brad's first race back in a while, and he's back on the podium. Congratulations, Brad. Scott Hostert in the white lane. Scott is leading this matchup by 0.1 of a second, so only 10th of a second dividing our two gold medal contenders. We're going to decide who gets the gold medal right here, right now. Please clear the course.
Oh, I'm stoked, thanks.
Off the course, please.
Oh, yeah. Good. My medal.
Drive into a wall. Thought he could just keep going.
And for all of you watching on the live stream, thank you so much for tuning in and spending your Friday with us.
If you'd like to tune in online the rest of the weekend, we'll be streaming live on Stoke Slalom Collective's YouTube page. So be sure to tune in if you want to check out the rest of the weekend's racing. My Once we wrap up this Masters division, we'll move into our non-top 8 qualifiers, doing two more runs to see if they can better their position in times, and then we will move into the pros head-to-head racing. But first, we have got to decide who is going to take home the Masters division gold medal in tight slalom. This is our U.S. National Championship, so this is a big deal. We'll see who takes it.
Yeah, we gotta do 9.
If you were a 9 through 16th place qualifier, please get ready to race. We will run you after this gold medal matchup.
If you're joining us on the live stream, just tuning in. We are streaming from Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee, Honky Tonk Nationals. We are in our last round of the Masters division today.
All right, ready on the ramp. In the white lane is Scott Hostert. In the red lane is Jonathan Harms. Scott Hostert out of California. Jonathan Harms out of St. Louis, Missouri. We are off in our gold medal matchup. We're going to decide who gets the gold medal right here. Scott Hostert has a 0.13, so only a 10th of a second ahead of Jonathan Harms from the first race, and Jonathan Harms has pulled out of the course. That means that Scott Hostert will be our gold medal for the Masters division tight slalom. Running into the grass. Congratulations, Scott. Way to go. Scott Hostert with the national championship title. Thank you everyone for joining us today. If you stumbled across our race, thank you for coming out. We will be racing all weekend around Nashville. If you're interested in finding out more, head to TN Slalom on Facebook or Instagram. We are proudly sponsored by Clara Jane. They are set up over here on the pink booth over here. Be sure to go by and see them, spin the wheel, get a prize, talk to Alyssa and Chad about all of your favorite cannabis products. I'm just filling space, dude. Up next will be our pro racers. We're going to see it kicked up a notch in the times and the speed, and we're going to start our pro division here shortly. Our pro division represents 4 different countries: Latvia, the U.S., Great Britain, and Canada. So be sure to stick around for our pro division. What are words? they are trying to up their position. What? We do have a timing problem, so we are working to figure that out before we run Chris through, so just give us a second.
Yeah, Frankie!
And then we'll move back to Frankie. Frankie will get one more run to end out her day, and then we will do these three again. Pro top 8 qualifiers going to our head-to-head. Please be ready at the top of the hill. We will move into you guys. We will run all of our men's top 8 first. First men's top 8 matchups, and then we will move into the women's round of 8 matchups. We'll run those through all the way through until we get to our top 4, and we will do the same men's and the women's staggering.
Go ahead and do it just real quick. It worked now. Just have double check it.
If you guys are watching on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us and hanging out with us on this Friday. We are in Nashville, Tennessee, in Centennial Park for Honky Tonk Nationals, the USA Slalom Skateboarding National Championships. We're currently doing our non-top 8 qualifiers for the pro division. They'll get one more run to solidify and finalize their place 9 through 16. Big shout out to SBC, who's been on the mic this whole time. She is killing it.
Tyler for Pascal and Lou. So we're going to have to run those racers again.
The timer was good.
There's one bad side.
Shout out to Clara Jane, Dr. Lisa Bird, all our cone heads, cone marshals, volunteers.
From Canada, we have Chris Cosinu on the course on the white lane. He is running by himself, just trying to improve his time. He is in 11th place for our pro men division right now, so he can move up tonight if he can get a good time in. Thank you all for joining us here at Centennial Park today in Nashville, Tennessee. It is a beautiful day. The sun has finally come out. It was a bit gloomy this morning, but it is beautiful out right now. This is the U.S. Slalom National Championships. We are running our pro division. We are going to move into our head-to-head racing here in a minute. Chris with a 13.5 and 5 cones will put him at a 14. We'll put him at a 14.506.
14.200.
Pascal did improve his time in the first one. We've got Lou Statman in the white lane with Pascal Jean, and the red lane, Pascal is representing Canada, the Canadian national team, and Lou representing the USA national team for slalom skateboarding. Want to give a big shout out to everyone on the hill helping out, all of our cone heads, our medical, our timing expert, Stephen Blaine. Thank you, everyone. We've got one. Hey, she already took her two. We are looking for Frankie Rosario to take her last run of the day. we will give, and then we will give all the men's one more run before we head into the top 8 head-to-head brackets for the pros.
Yes.
Hey, just listen to your own.
Yeah, I know. Came around there and I was like, oh shit.
Frankie is off on the course on the red lane. Frankie all the way from California here, representing La Costa Racing Team and Skate Cake Skateboards.
Yeah, Frankie!
Running pretty good. It gets tight and fast down there at the end. That is the tightest cones of the course and the fastest speed you're gonna go.
She had the exact same reaction time as
Up next, we're gonna move over to our men's. With
he could go. Yeah.
with Chris Kosanu up first, representing Canada. While this is the U.S. Nationals Championships for slalom skateboarding, we have 4 countries represented. Canada here for Chris. He is on the Canadian national slalom team. Just competed in Italy at the World Skate Games.
And you gotta beat our previous qualifier.
We are off. Chris is on the course. Running pretty clean so far. Going fast, going clean. Hit 1. And that'll be 3 cones for Mr. Kosanu. Pretty good time of 13.596 before we have the cones. Up next, we've got Lou Statman to take his last run of the day with Pascal Jean. After these 2, we will run into our head-to-head bracket. We will run through our top 8 for each men and women division. These are going to be our top 8 racers, our fastest of the day. We'll get to head-to-head racing here soon. Please stick around. On the hill is in the red. We've got Lou Statman from Austin, Texas. Pascal Jean from Canada on the course. They are trying to better their time from the pro men's qualifying times. Lou got a little dirty at the end. A little sloppy at the end, but that's all right. 12.234 for Lou Statman overall time. 11.6 for Pascal. Wait, count. Up next will be our pro men. The top 8 qualifiers are about to race head-to-head in a bracket to whittle it down to the top spot for who's going to claim the gold for Type Slalom National Championships. Our top pro men qualifier from Latvia. Our top woman qualifier also from Latvia. Second qualifier. Our top qualifier for the women was our 17-time world champion. You can't think about that because that's do our pro men head-to-head bracket first. The top 8 we will run them through. We are going to run our top 8 men through for their first run, and then we will run our top 8 women through for their first run before we cycle back for the second run for each division. You are about to see the fastest skaters of the day here at Centennial Park. Four different countries represented, including multiple world champion racing here. The overall 9-time world champion is going to race here in a little bit, Joe McLaren, as well as our tight slalom reigning champion, world champion for the 2024 season, is also racing, Gustav.
What's his last name? Go ahead. Whatever your last name is. Yes.
You guys are doing a great fucking job. You're only good now, sir.
Joe McLaren taking a illegal practice run.
DQ.
That's going to be a DQ for Joe McLaren. We're going to give Josh Bird 1 second advantage.
Go ahead and do that again.
Joe, why don't you go ahead and take another run? Just go ahead and take another. Joe, take a run. I'll race you.
I'll take a bye.
If you are joining us, if you have stumbled across our race, this is the U.S. National Championships for Slalom Skateboarding happening here at Centennial Park today. This is our tight slalom day. It's going to be the tightest cones we have of all the weekend. Tomorrow we move into hybrid slalom at Hamilton Cretan Park, and we will round out the weekend with giant slalom at Shelby Park on Sunday. If you're interested, please come hang out on the rest of the weekend. You can find all the details at TN Slalom on Facebook and Instagram. If you would like to tune in for the rest of the weekend, we are live streaming this all weekend on Stoke Slalom Collective's YouTube page. Be sure to tune in if you'd like to follow along.
And big shout out to all of you that are watching the live stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are broadcasting from Centennial Park for Honky Tonk Nationals here in Nashville, Tennessee.
Our first matchup
Y'all can
of our
chill for a
pro
second.
men's is going to be Gustav Ladie against Paul Price. 2 non-Americans at the U.S. National Championships. One from Latvia, one from Great Britain.
kids. They're off. Joe McLaren in the left lane, nine-time world champion. Josh Bird, junior world champion. These two have been racing together since they were literally maybe 8 years old. Joseph Kyle Smith in the white lane and Colin Cruz in the red lane. This is going to be a close one. A few Colin by Colin, a few by Kyle. Some close times. We got 2 seconds between those two. At the World Skate Games in Italy this year.
Second mic here.
They're off Orion Lehrman in the white lane and Joshua Harvey in the red lane. They are both out of California here representing the Costa Racing team this weekend. Nice runs for both of them. White was clean with 1 cone on red. That is going to put Orion out by 0.8 of a second, almost a full second ahead for Orion. So for our first round, we have Gustav with 1.3 seconds over Paul Price. Joe McLaren is sitting at about a 1/10 of a second over Josh Bird. Joseph Kyle Smith about 1/2 a second over Colin Cruz. And Orion has 0.8 of a second over Joshua Harvey.
Also, that was the end of men's qualifying.
No, that was the running.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, right, yeah, not qualifying. You know what I meant.
We're going to move over to our women's division. These are our fastest women of the day in our pro division. And I'm going to hand it over to Jonathan Arms to take over on announcing.
All right. So we've got our first round of head-to-head racing for men done. Now we're going to do our first round of women. Number 1 qualifier, Lynn Kramer in the white lane. Number 8 qualifier, Issa Ruiz in the red lane. The course seemed to have gotten maybe a little faster over the day, a little bit less wind, a little warmer. Lynn Kramer with a good run, Issa Ruiz with a good run. I didn't see any cones down. Okay, actually Issa nudged a couple, so 3 for Issa with a 14.3, and Lynn had a 12.7. So Lynn Kramer is up by 1.87 seconds after the first run. Right into our number 4 and 5. Maggie Harrison, number 4 qualifier in the white. Jen Copa in the red lane, number 5 qualifier. Starting with a clean slate though. And again, it's the combined time of the 2 runs together that determines the winner. All right, Maggie had a really good pull there. Maybe jumped out to a bit of an early lead. Jen gives up a cone. Hard to run this course clean. All right, and I think Maggie Harrison did it. Maggie with a 13.458, and Jennifer with a 13.976. So still pretty fast, about a half second different. 6 cones for Jennifer. Clean for Maggie. So Maggie's going to take a nice, semi-comfortable 1.1 second advantage into the second round. Next up, we got our number 2 qualifier, Dominika Ozolina, versus our number 7, Larry Rupp. Larry's from Oregon. Dominika is from Latvia. And again, they're starting from 0 here.
I kept blowing up. Gosh. I started it a little bit slower. And then Josh quickly.
Good pull for both racers. Dominika with a little bit quicker start. She's got the very efficient arm movement. Couple of cones on the white. I don't see much on the red. 2 on red. Okay, so Dominika had 3 cones, but she had a faster raw time, 12.9 versus 14.3. So Dominika is going to take a 1.3 second advantage into the second run. Now we are on our number 3 and 6 qualifiers. Judy Oyama, number 3 in the white. Sarah Bird Compton, number 6 in the red lane. Okay. So on the white lane, there's one cone near the top that looks like it's out of its circle, but it's actually been remarked and you can't see it. Same thing happened to me. So Judy was just making sure her course was good. Exact same thing I did in my run. Fourth beat came quickly there. Santa Cruz, California on the white course. Nashville, Tennessee's own Sarah Bird Compton in the red course. This is looking really close, going down to the wire. Cones being fired across at each other at the end. Only 2 for Sarah in the red. And only 2 for Judy in the white. So Judy had a 13.2 raw time. Sarah had a 13.6 or just under a 13.6. So that's a pretty close heat. Judy Oyama is going to take a 0.35 second advantage into their second run. And so now we are going back to the men's second run of the round of 8. So after the first run, our leaders are Gustavs, Joe McLaren, Joseph Kyle Smith, and Orion Lehrman. But again, it's the combined times of these 2 runs. Gustavs Gailitas is currently up by 1.36 over Paul Price.
Thank you guys for joining us on the live stream. We're Honky Tonk Nationals.
Gustavs hits the first cone. He needs to get a pie in the crotch for that one. That's the traditional reward. But he runs clean the rest of the way. Oh, 2 on red. Okay. Marcos, you're holding up a 3. Oh. So Gustavs with a 12.4. Or no, Gustavs with an 11.6 and Paul Price with a 12.42. Only 1 cone for Paul Price, running his characteristic clean run. Contrast in equipment setups for both those last 2 riders. Gustavs is riding very hard wheels, and Paul Price is riding fairly soft wheels. Now we got Josh Bird and Joe McLaren. Joe is up by only 0.18 seconds, so just under 2/10. This is going to be tight. Josh Bird with a good start. Josh and Joe raced each other in, I think, 2003 in the World Championships as juniors. And here they are again, 21 years later. very close raw times, 11.389 for Josh Bird and 11.3. Joseph Kyle Smith was our initial first round leader, but then he slipped to second. But he is looking good here. Tom's getting a little dirty. Kyle hit a few, but I think that's pretty much a dead heat. Got an 11.03 and 11.08. Oh, Colin gave up a bunch down at the bottom. 8 cones on the white. And only 2 for Joseph Kyle Smith. So Joseph Kyle Smith cashes his ticket into the round of 4. So we got only one more to determine. And women's pros, we're ready after this run. We'll be ready for you again. So right now we got Orion Lehrman up by 0.85 seconds over Josh Harvey. California versus California. Josh Harvey took a gamble, and it did not pay off that time. That is, he's going to finish out the course, but because he jumped the start, that is a DQ for Josh Harvey in the white course. Sometimes you gotta take a gamble and hope that you can maybe time it right. In this case, it just didn't work out. So Orion Lehrman also moves into the round of 4. So we have our men's pro round of 4 set up. It'll be number 1 qualifier, Gustav Skylides. Number 4 qualifier, Joe McLaren. Number 2, Joseph Kyle Smith. And number 3, Orion Lehrman. So the top 4 all moved on.
We'll have Gustavo versus Joe.
Gustav in white.
Yes.
Gustav in white.
And against Joe McLaren.
Yep.
Joe McLaren.
Now we're back to the top of our women's division.
Joseph Kyle Smith.
We're not quite ready for you, ladies, but we are almost there. We're just setting up the lane matchups for the men's round of 4.
That's it until we set this.
And
We're doing it now.
This is the second run of women's right now.
oh, this is the second one.
Yeah, right.
You're right. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Yeah. Okay, so we are back to the top of our women's, and again, this is their second run in their round of 8 head-to-head eliminations. The rider who has the faster combined time of both runs moves on. The other rider is eliminated. Right now, Lynn Kramer's up by a 1.87 over Issa Ruiz, but anything can happen. You gotta run them. All right, good start for both riders. Both of these riders not only skate slalom, they ride longboards, they ride skate parks, they ride ramps. So they're both very good all-around skaters. Issa looking really good there, only 1 cone. And yeah, 1 cone for each rider. 13.0 for Lynn, 13.8 for Issa. That's her fastest time, I think. But Lynn Kramer had the advantage, and she extended it there. So Lynn Kramer moves into the round of 4. Issa Ruiz, excellent racing. Next up, Maggie Harrison up by 1.1 seconds over Jennifer Copa. All right, we got California in the white lane, Texas in the red lane. Got decades of experience with Jen Copa, and we've got a few years of experience with Maggie Harrison. They crossed very close, 13-1 and 13-4. Wow. Oh, really? Did she really? Oh, no kidding. Wow. All right. So I was just told that Jen Copa has won 2 world championships 50 years apart. She won one when she was 7 years old, and then she in slalom in the juniors, and then she won one in ditch slap in this last year at 57, race down a drainage ditch in New Mexico. So
It was
very impressive.
valiant effort.
All right, now we've got Dominika Ozolina and Larry Rupp. Dominika is up by 1.29 after the first run. All right, good start for both racers. I think Larry had a better start that time. Dominika's got a little bit more acceleration going right now. Larry is giving her an excellent fight. Nice. Clean on the red course there for Dominika. And 1 on white. Oh, wait, it looks like we had 1 red up top. So it looks like 1 and 1.
We need to take them off.
Dominika takes that run by 0.7, and so Dominika moves on into the round of 4. Good job, Larry and Rupp. All right, our last pairing is Judy Oyama, number 3 qualifier, versus Sarah Bird Compton, number 6. Judy took the first run by 0.35. Sarah's going to try to catch her on this one. Oh, Sarah Bird Compton just about blew it for herself, and she made it back in. She didn't false start. Got a couple cones there. Judy just has to stay clean, and she does. So yeah, experience prevails there. Judy Oyama at 65 years of age with a 13-1, and she moves on into the round of 4. Sarah Bird Compton with an excellent effort, especially after that almost fatal starting glitch. So she will finish in her qualifying position, I believe, of 6th. We have our round of 4 set for women. Number 1 qualifier, Lynn Kramer, is going to start in the white lane versus number 4, Maggie Harrison. And then number 2 qualifier, Dominika Ozolina from Latvia, is going to run against number 3 qualifier, Judy Oyama. So we are down to our final 4 in both men's and women's.
Dominika and White.
The first round will determine who races for 1st and 2nd and who races for 3rd and 4th, and then we'll run both of those head-to-head as well. So all the riders that remain, they get to keep racing until the very end. And in both cases, our top 4 qualifiers have retained their positions, and they are racing for 1st through 4th.
So we're going to go into the men's round of 4 now.
Correct. Gustavus.
Yeah.
Or 3 feet higher on every trick.
And are we going to do like 1 of each again?
He's like, okay, yeah, that did look better. Didn't it feel better?
So we
Like,
keep
yeah,
picking white on the left for some reason.
Yeah.
And it is.
It is when you're looking this way.
World champions. Gustavs is this year's current world champion. Joe McLaren has won it several times in the past. I think Gustavs might have won a tight slalom worlds previously. I can't remember, so forgive me for that. They're both fast. Both of these riders have narrowed down their front wheels a little bit. It makes turning a little bit quicker, and the edge of the wheel doesn't flex as much, so you get just a little more speed. Look at that, 2 clean runs. Gustav's with a 10.7, Joe with an 11.07. So that is an advantage right now of 0.36 for Gustav's over Joe in the first round. They're going to come back up and do it again. Oh, Joe McLaren did have one, just barely knocked over or nudged out of the circle. So that'll give Gustav's just a tiny bit more of an advantage, a 0.46 second advantage. On a 10 to 11 second course, that is a lot of time, but something can easily, just one little balance check and you can be out of the course. So it's really important to keep your focus. Currently, number 2 and number 3 qualifiers, Joseph Kyle Smith in white from Kentucky, Orion Lehrman in red from San Diego, California. Oh, Kyle with a blistering start. Orion has some pretty good mid-course speed. Might come down to cones. They're neck and neck. Oh, Kyle Smith across the line first with a 10.8. Orion with a 10.9. So about a 10th difference, but about one cone difference. So that's almost a dead heat. After that run, it's 1/100th of a second difference between those two riders. 16 thousandths of a second difference. So their second run is going to be essentially whoever wins that one's gonna move on. All right, so we're switching back to our women. We're just going race, race, race. We're in our first round of the women's round of 4 also. Number 1 qualifier, Lynn Kramer from San Diego. Number 4 qualifier, Maggie Harrison from Austin, Texas. Lynn's in the white, Maggie's in the red.
Get her, Maggie. Get her.
All right, Lynn with a good start. Maggie with a decent start as well. Lynn looks like she's dialing back her pump just a little bit. Wants to make sure she goes clean. Maggie with a good, strong run. Lynn Kramer crosses a little bit ahead with a 12.7. Maggie Harrison with a 13.4, I think. And Maggie gave up 1 cone, so Lynn's going to take a little bit of an advantage. 0.83 into the second run. It's actually a pretty healthy advantage, but again, you never know what's going to happen, so you got to keep running them. Next up, number 2 and 3, Dominica in the white, Judy Oyama in the red.
You gotta stay on the microphone. Or if you need to take.
Oh, it looked like Judy's feet might have slipped a little bit, and she was a little slower on the start than she wanted to be. She's making up a pretty decent amount. Dominica gives up a couple of cones. 12.6 for Dominica and 13.1 for Judy. Okay.
Copy that, thank you.
So Dominica gave up 3 cones, but she had about a 0.5 faster run. Judy really, really salvaged that run remarkably well after a not so great start. It's only 0.3 second difference after that. So Judy really, she didn't panic. She kept her cool and ran almost clean, and that really helped her stay in competition with Dominica. That's how you know she knows what she's doing. She's got decades of experience doing this stuff. All right, we are back to the men. This is our second 2 runs in the round of 4. Again, the combined time of the 2 runs together determines who moves on and who is eliminated. or in this case, who moves on to the consolation round. Gustavs has a 0.46 second advantage right now over Joe.
Get it, Joe.
So Colorado in the white lane, Latvia in the red. There, Joe kicked in the jets there. Gustavs has some real fast twitch fibers though. Oh, and Joe is out of the course. Gustavs really picked up the speed to 10.9, and Joe McLaren, I don't know if he had a little physical issue or if the just had a balance bobble, but at any rate, Gustavs Galidas takes both heats there, so Gustavs is moving on to race for first and second. Joe McLaren, however, is not done. He is going to go into the consolation round to race for third and fourth. All right, so our second run in the round of 4. This one is a dead heat right now. It's a 0.016 seconds, 16 thousandths of a second different. Got California versus Kentucky right here. Man, look at those starts. They were so fast. Their reaction times were under half a second. That is very quick. That's absolutely as good as you can do it. Wow, 10.8 for Orion, 10.75 for Joseph Kyle. It's going to come down to cones. It's going to come down to cones here. All right, so in this heat, Joseph Kyle Smith takes it by 6/100ths of a second. So moving on into our finals by 4/100ths of a second, Joseph Kyle Smith. Orion Lehrman is going to race Joe McLaren for third and fourth. That's the tightest racing we've seen all day, and their times were among the fastest that we've seen all day. Wow, man, you just can't get any closer than that. Well, almost. Yeah, arguably we could call that an upset a little bit. Orion has been a little higher on the podiums in the last couple of races, and especially in tight slalom. But Kyle Smith just stepping it up. We are back to our women's now. This is our second run in the round of 4. Lynn Kramer has a 0.8 second advantage. Maggie Harrison's going to try to catch her. All right, Maggie with a good yell at the start. She is not playing around here. Lynn gives up a cone early. Lynn has a little acceleration there. Maggie's looking really good. Only one cone I saw on the white, or maybe none. Clean on white. 13.2 for Maggie. 12.7 plus 2 for Lynn, so 12.9. Lynn Kramer took the first run. Lynn Kramer takes the second run by only just under 4/10ths of a second. So Lynn Kramer is going to move on to race in the finals. Maggie Harrison, though, she's not done. She's going to race for third and fourth. She can still make the podium. Now we've got Dominika from Latvia up by 0.327 over Judy Oyama. So this is still very competitive race. So Latvia in the white, in the red lane. Santa Cruz, California in the white. So the timer starts when the fourth beep goes, and the timer stops when the racers cross the finish line at the bottom. Every cone they hit adds 1/10 of a second to their time. Penalty. Dominika hits what looks like the last cone.
Right up the next 4 against Olly. I'm going to go pick the leaves off the hill.
So that one, Dominika with a 12.8 and Judy with a 13.0. So very close racing. Okay. So that one, Judy had 3 cones, Dominica had 1. Looks like Dominica took that one by almost the same as the first one, 3.34 versus 0.32. So our finals in the women's are going to be Lynn Kramer, is number 1 qualifier, and our number 2 qualifier, Dominica Ozolina. And then 3rd and 4th, coming up pretty quickly again, is going to be Maggie Harrison and Judy Oyama. So our youngest pro rider and our most experienced pro rider are going to go head-to-head for 3rd and 4th to make the podium. So we're going to, I think we're, I don't know if we're going to do the women's first or we're going to do the men's first.
Is that his?
But we've got,
It fell out of his pocket.
Yeah, we did.
Wow.
it's up to you. Can I see the men's? Or, oh, here, let me write I'll write the women's.
If you've stumbled upon us today, this is the U.S. National Slalom Skateboarding Championship happening here today. This is our tight slalom day. We've got racers in our finals from California, Texas, Latvia. 2 Latvians in our finals, actually, for both the women and the men's.
And then Lynn White.
You went a little bit faster.
Dominica.
Thank you guys for tuning in to the live stream.
Want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Clara Jane. They're over here in this pink tent. If you were stopping by, be sure to stop by and see them. You can spin the wheel for a prize, and they'll tell you all about their amazing cannabis goods.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Okay, so
Also want to give a big shout out to our other sponsors, Riptide.
Thank you guys for joining us on the live stream and hanging out with us on this Friday. We're in Centennial Park in Nashville, Tennessee for Honky Tonk Nationals. We're about to wrap up our day of racing.
Also give a big shout out to our Sunday night award ceremony sponsors, Duel in the Sun Tattoo and Frankie's Pizza. They're both located in East Nashville. Be sure to stop by and check them out. Landyachtz Skateboards, also a proud supporter of the U.S. Honky Tonk Nationals here in Nashville, Tennessee, as well as S1 Helmet Company, Ladie Skate Nashville. Shout out to Clara on the hill helping out and providing a lot of goods for our swag pile for our racers. Buoy Hydration Drops, 161 Skateboards, Oats Overnight, Psyop Skateboards, Aaron from Texas, big shout out to Aaron there, Psyop Skateboards. Nashville Disco Skaters, Garrett's out here taking photos on the hill, big shout out to Garrett. Tiny Giant Skateboards, a local Nashville skateboard company. Olly Vitamins, OGIO Power Sports, Pat's Risers, and Skate King Skateboards. This is a USA Slalom skateboarding event. Big shout out to USA Slalom skateboarding for creating the sport and cultivating it in the US. We have about 45 racers out here today. Super excited about the turnout. 4 countries represented all over the U.S. This is also a sanctioned event by the ISSA.
No, not really.
So thank you to them for all their support of the sport.
Well, yeah. Sarah's just making some final announcement. Okay. Okay, so we are going to run. So we are in our finals and in our consolation round. We do the consolation round first. So the racers in the consi round are racing for 3rd and 4th place. And the riders in the finals are racing for 1st and 2nd. So they take 2 runs to decide it. Combined time wins. So that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 8 runs left of the day. These are our fastest racers remaining of the day. And the winners get trophies, medals, hopefully some prize money, and bragging rights for sure. And also, in this case, the title of national champion. So right now, our number 4 qualifier is in the white lane, Joe McLaren. He is racing against teammate and rival Orion Lehrman. So experience the 9-time world champion, Joe McLaren. Orion Lehrman, the young buck, coming up. You can see how fast they're going. That the guy pushing, Colin Cruz, trying to film them, is pushing his you-know-what's off.
One on red, one on white.
Finished just a little bit faster with a 10.97. Orion Lehrman with an 11.02. So that's only like 0.05 of a second difference. So yeah, after the first run, Joe McLaren has a 0.04 of a second advantage. So almost a dead heat. And so now we're in our first run of the men's finals. Sorry, I'll re-emphasize that. We are in our first run of the men's finals. And so our number one qualifier versus our number two. So the cream has definitely risen and stayed at the top. Gustav Skailidis is all the way over from Riga, Latvia, former Soviet Union country, now independent for quite a few years, thank goodness. And Joseph Kyle Smith is from Ashland, Kentucky. Small town, big talent. All right, that fourth beep came quickly that time. You can see how these riders dig so hard to get the friction to pump off the wheels on. Oh, Kyle with a couple of cones at the end. It's gonna hurt.
Clean on white.
Yeah, Gustav.
Wow.
On red. 4 on red.
So their raw times were about 0.2 apart. Gustav Skailidis with a 10.9, Joseph Kyle Smith with an 11.1, but Joseph Kyle had 4 cones and Gustav's had none. So Gustav's takes a fairly decent 0.5 second advantage into the second run. Now we are going to our first run in the consolation bracket for our women's racers. We need to, our timer is just pulling up the right sheet here. It may look easy, but what our timekeeper is doing here is switching between divisions and populating racers in the spreadsheet and basically holding the whole thing together. So let's have a big hand real quick for our timekeeper, Stephen Blaine. Also want to thank our race organizers, Josh Bird and Sarah Bird Compton, and all the Tennessee locals. We got Maggie and Judy. This is for third and fourth, our first run of 2. We got 14 years of age in the white course. We got 65 years of age in the red course. Maggie got a little bit of a jump on Judy to start. Judy really straightens it out towards the end. That's very close. 13:24 and 13:13 for raw times. So Judy actually caught her. So Judy has the mid-course speed.
4 on red. 2 on white. 2 on white.
Maggie ran cleaner that time. Maggie only had 2 on the white course. Judy had 4 on the red. So that brings Maggie back a little bit, and that makes it very competitive. After that run, in fact, Maggie Harrison is up by just under 1/10 of a second. So Maggie ran a little slower, but substantially cleaner, and that helped her. So she's got just a tiny advantage going into that second run. So this is our first round for first and second, first run of 2 for first and second. The red lane. They have raced each other before. We'll see what the outcome is this time. All right, I think Lynn maybe got a little bit quicker start that time. Dominica has an excellent pump, though. She can really generate speed as she goes down the course. Lynn gives up 1 at the end. Maybe crosses a little bit ahead.
1 on white. Clean on red. Clean on red.
All right, so Lynn Kramer crosses a little bit faster with a 12.5. Sorry, 12.4 versus Dominica's 12.5. But Lynn gives up a cone, and so it's very close. So 4/100ths of a second in that run. So our women's second run for both the finals and the consolation is going to be very, very close. It's just a drag race to the end. So now we're switching our spreadsheet back to the men's. Second run of 2. So we've got 4 runs left. So racers and spectators, if you want to hear them do good, make sure you cheer them on as they go down the course. Right now, Joe McLaren has a .045 second advantage over Orion Lerman. That's less than half. That's less than 1/10. It's a dead heat, pretty much.
For bronze.
This is for our bronze medal. They are just twitching up here to just can't wait to get going. Both looking really quick. Almost textbook identical styles there. Cone for cone. Orion gives up one. 11.01 for Joe. Sorry, 11.01 for Orion. Actually, Orion crossed first. 11.01 to 11.14. In that heat, Joe McLaren took it by 0.16 seconds. So your third place finisher on the podium, bronze medal, Joe McLaren from Longmont, Colorado. Orion Lerman just missed by just the tiniest bit. Orion is going to finish in 4th. All right, we are down to our final run for the men. We still have our 2 final women's runs, but this is it. This is the big run for the men. Gustav Skylidas, our current tight slalom world champion, is up by 0.57 over Joseph Kyle Smith. Kyle is going to try to turn every bit of energy loose and see if he can somehow manage to snatch this back from Gustav's. The ship. Let's hear it for them as they come down the course.
Here we go.
Both riders with a great start. Clean through the middle. Gustav's might be pulling ahead. And Gustav's finishes with a 10.8. Joseph Kyle with a 10.66. It was very close. Kyle was ahead. Oh, Kyle Smith crossed, won the raw time by about 2.2. Gustav's was about a lot cleaner though. So in second place in the silver medal position, Joseph Kyle Smith from Ashland, Kentucky. Your champion is Gustav Skylidas. Fantastic riding by both riders. All right, and now we are back to the top of our women's. We have exactly 2 runs left. This is for 3rd and 4th place in the women's division. We have Judy Oyama and Maggie Harrison. Maggie is up by less than 1/10 of a second. We're getting our timer set. Yeah, Maggie has a 0.09 second advantage, so it's less than a cone difference. Third place and 4th place on the line. Maggie Harrison, 14 from Austin, Texas in the red. Judy Oyama, 65 from Santa Cruz, California. Maggie gives up a cone. Judy is catching her at the end, and sure enough, Judy caught her by the end. So Judy gives up 2 cones, but runs a little faster. Maggie only 1 cone, a little bit slower. Judy Oyama takes that run by 0.06 seconds. So this came right down to the wire. In your race for 3rd and 4th place in the women's pro division, in 4th place by 0.027 seconds. So 27 thousandths of a second. Judy Oyama finishes in 4th. 3rd place, and your bronze medalist, Maggie Harrison from Austin, Texas, rookie pro, 14 years of age, makes the podium at the Nationals. Congrats to both riders. Fantastic racing. And now, this is our last heat of the day. This is for the gold medal, 1st and 2nd place in women's pro riding. And it is also just as close, in fact, even closer than the previous run. Lynn Kramer, who is currently in the red lane, is up by 0.046 seconds, so 46 thousandths of a second, less than a half a cone difference. versus Dominika Ozolina. It's a drag race. Cheer them on as they're coming down the course. Fastest 12 seconds on skateboards right here. Looking both very clean through the middle of the course. Could come down to cones. There's one for Lynn. Dominika hits the last cone. Lynn hits the second to last or third to last. 2 cones on the red. Looks like 1 on the white. 12.14 for Dominika. 12.23 for Lynn. So 2 white cones, 3 red cones. So in raw time, in raw time, Lynn took it by a little over 10th. There was a 1 cone difference. So in that heat, Dominika took it by 0.192 seconds, and so the difference in the combined time is 0.146 seconds. In second place, 17-time world champion Lynn Kramer. So your champion is Dominika Ozolina from Riga, Latvia. So the Latvians take the top men's and top women's spots.
It's the Latvian invasion.
It's the Latvian invasion. Wow. Fantastic racing. These are the fastest riders in the world in this
Damn good
discipline.
racing going on here.
Absolutely stellar racing. The weather turned out fantastic after a sketchy start today. We are grateful to all our riders. We are grateful to our sponsors. To thank you to our cone judges, our volunteers, our timekeepers, our live streamers, and we want to thank our sponsors again. So fantastic racing, everybody. Honky Tonk US Nationals. We will be racing again tomorrow and Sunday in different locations. So feel free to come on out if you can. And so we are going to hold our podium awards just up at the top of the hill directly. We want to thank our sponsors again. Clara Jane in the pink tent up here. Stop by and visit them. Riptide Sports, California. Landyachtz Skateboards, Frankie's from Nashville. Also Duel in the Sun, S1 Helmet Company, Ladie Skate Nashville, Oats Overnight, 161 Skateboards, Buoy Hydration, Psyop Skateboards, Nashville Disco Skaters, Tiny Giant, Olly, OGIO, Skate Kings, and Pat's Risers. We thank you all. We thank our spectators. We thank everybody for coming out, and we are glad there was great racing, no injuries today. We are going to keep doing it the next 2 days. Thank you, everybody, and our podium ceremonies will be coming up here at the top. Stick around.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to our live stream today. We are wrapping up here. Again, first day of racing, Honky Tonk Nationals here in Nashville, Tennessee. We're in Centennial Park today, but we have 2 more exciting days of racing, different parks across Nashville. So hope you'll keep hanging out with us all weekend. We're about to do our Tight Slalom Awards and then get ready to have a really exciting day of racing tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, and we're stoked to get back to it tomorrow.
Just right up here next to the cooler.